Okay, good afternoon and welcome. It's time for this week's weekly one-shot. This is number, according to my own count, which is the official count, it's not to say that it's right, it's number 356. This is RAILGRADE. I've had this on the shortlist and even on my own backlog for quite some time, and finally we're getting around to it. I've been told that this is a puzzle game masquerading as a train game. Well, we've had good times with train puzzly games, right? We had Train Valley and the like. In any case, an individual who goes only by Thomas has challenged me to grab 15 S ranks in campaign missions within 10 hours, and they have specified that backseating is prohibited. So if you have a sword, please use it recklessly on your fellow chatters. If it even seems like they're trying to give hints and advice on how to play, is what I should be telling you. Hurts me to say that, though. Do I have anything else to say about this? I suppose the fact that I haven't played it. I booted it up. I quickly did one bit of story, and that's it, just to make sure the game runs. So I am about as blind as they get. And none of that progress will matter, because we're going fresh start. We'll get going, and timer will start when we start our first mission.
Congratulations on a safe trip. On behalf of all of us at Nakatani Chemicals, I'd like to bid you welcome to our colony. We have recently identified a significant opportunity to improve the current infrastructure of the planet, which is why you're here, Administrator. To help us implement a new mode of transportation, one that once conquered Earth's old frontiers. The railway. It's now your responsibility to grow our network of railways and oversee the management of our most important industries. By developing a transport network for our powerful train engines, we'll be able to easily deliver resources and fuel growth across the planet. Succeed, and our colony will be the envy of the entire galaxy. Fail, and, well, you don't need to worry about the consequences right now. I know you might miss Earth, but don't worry. When you've seen what's possible here, you'll never want to leave. Good luck, Administrator. Everyone is counting on you.
Alright, this book's taking too long. Welcome to our division. Thanks for taking over the colony. You had no choice. Back here on Earth, the sun is bright, the birds are singing, la-da-da-da-da. Top priority, restart control terminal. Complete 3 test scenarios. Don't let power go to your head. Very well. Few things go to my head, but power is one of them. Alright, welcome to your first region. Let's go over the basics. When you're in a region, your current main task can be found here, top right. Good, it's not obfuscated by chat. Keep an eye on tasks. Main energy... Your main task in this region is to export energy, so let's get to work. We have geothermal power plants. They're industries, alright, so I guess we have industries and places that take them, much like open TTD. Zeppelins! So we're spacefaring, but we're going back to Zeppelin technology. Export energy, tracks, train stations. Track tool with 1. Okay, this feels dangerously like control in the game. So let's get that timer going. A 10-hour run always starts with the first few seconds. With the track tool, place it near the geothermal place and get going. And then we drag out our rails. I guess we want to go to the geothermal place. The track does not have a loop. Trains will reverse. Baby mode. Also, that kind of S-bend that would derail a real train. Add stations. Press 2. Get the station tool. Station... Okay, this is getting in the way a bit. The station thing, construct it on the track. Geothermal, white lines, something about yellows. Okay, so you have the station next to, or I guess... Oh, there's a distance here. A distance of 2 at which they can be linked. Muckle convenient. Stations together, loading and offloading with the train tool. Place and configure your first train, very well. have an engine and then have... They said 4, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Sweet. In it goes. Loading up on energy, just like TTD. Man, I miss TTD. What a great run that was. It's not something I think I could stream again, because once you've done that colonization run, what more can you even do? But I had a good time with that one. And away goes the energy. And everybody wins, especially me. A victory in 37 seconds to earn us an S rank. We had to do it within 5 minutes for an S rank, or 50 minutes for a C. Well, there's one of them. I hope we're keeping count. Oh, you can enter a photo mode and take photos of your concoction here. Alright, there we go. Good shot. That just killed the game. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's not do photo mode then. Get me out of here. Accept victory? Damn right. Killing the game is cheating. It's okay, there's no rules against cheating. There's just a rule against backseating. Good job building that track. The terminals reporting that the trains are doing all their self-checks. They'll unload and do flashing lights. Very good. Oh well, there's one S rank. I imagine doing the tutorial is an easy way to clock up 3 of them. So let's continue with it. It is also probably quite mandatory for me to learn how to play the game. Right. Modifiers. Customize your gameplay. Add modifiers. They make ranks easier to attain. But they also limit the best possible rank. Wait, what? You will always receive the maxed allowed rank if you don't care about timer. Disable train ghosting. Trains will be blocked when meeting face to face. Always have ample cash. Oh, I don't think I want any of these things. Let's just start. Please do not laugh there, Keter. Truth be told, I tried the self-checks. I thought if I could master the control terminal, I could start fixing the economy myself. But I got the train stuck. Okay, head of off-world colonies, Saito. I'll just fix everything. I'm surprised the Challenger didn't disallow the tutorial missions. Well, imagine that their original thing was like 10 or 12 S ranks, and then they added 3 or 5 for the tutorial missions. Each branch has its own route. In this region, the train carrying water does not have a route. Select the train. Oh no, look at this route it doesn't have. You can toggle the branches. And then it's going to follow the new route. Phenomenal. Such a wee toy train feel to this. It'll get stuck in another loop if I don't unclog it here and here. But where's it trying to go? I guess the city probably wants that water. Whee! Then we're in the station, unloading that water. You can ride the train with F. Oh, whoa, whoa, hold on. Oh, yes. Instant best game ever. I'm telling you, if you're making a 3D game with trains or roller coasters and you do not afford the ability to actually ride the bloody things, you have just wasted making a game. Freaking sweet. Alright, get me out of here. I've got victory to enjoy. Thanks for clearing that branch mesh. You made it look so easy. Please keep this pace, or faster. Faster's preferable. I am so sick of evil large organizations in video games. We get enough of that in the real world. I don't want to have it in my games too. It's becoming a tired cliche. Is this still a tutorial mission? That doesn't really matter, does it? We get it done. We get our S ranks. How can we be sure we have an S rank here, by the way? It says S rank. It's got these double golden rings. Good enough for me. Alright, carry on. The manual introduces a self-check. Validate combinatory industrial chain handling. The plain word is better. The essence of any colony's economy is combining inputs into outputs. Salivating at the very thought. I really want to play more Factorio, but I'm waiting for 2.1 to finalize. I was looking at that Friday Factorio facts about the biters biting back, and made a mess of my trousers. Many industries require outputs. They produce the outputs. They need the inputs. This is a steel mill. Steel mill, learn about it. The steel mill requires coal and iron to produce steel. And both of them are conveniently available here. Okay, good. Don't know why it keeps making me use backspace to come out. I wonder if I could reconfigure that. I have opinions about backspace as a key. It's just so far away from your hands. If your right hand is on the mouse and your left hand is on WASD, the backspace is as far away from both of those things as it could be, provided you're a sensible person who uses a number pad. So let's just do something about that. Back. There we go. Thumb mouse button. That's immediately close. It still wants me to press backspace. Oh, I bet I didn't hit accept or finalize. We need workers. The steel mill, the workers, learn about how they work. I'm trying to learn about my key bindings, please. There we go. When you're ready, press image ID thumb mouse button to exit this screen. Brilliant. Okay, assign 8 workers to the steel mill. I will do exactly that. At least the image ID thumb button works. Fantastic, it's ready to work. I didn't pay attention to where those workers came from. Build tracks, stations, trains. Provide. Okay, is there a pause button? There appears to not be a pause button, and time keeps on going, so I better get my rear into the gear. I can't imagine how this could possibly be difficult. In fact, are we even going to be able to fit 4 trains on this? What if there is no space for it? That might resemble a problem. Let's try this. Station, station, and then we make the trains. I'll give you a boiler engine and 1, 2, 3, 4 on coal. Finalize the train. You get to work. You load up on coal. You just turn around and you're done. Much difficulty. Let's see if I can do that with even less. How does that work? Can I get the trains on this? Boiler, iron, 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 iron. I'm pretty sure a train is not the ideal item for this, but whatever. Start making me my steel. Oh god, there's just something about inputs, outputs, production bars. It just... Oh. As someone red-blooded like me, it's just the right thing. I could have just tipped it down the hill. Well, clock up one more S rank. We're still in the betting phase, and I've already got 3 of them. It's like using wagons as chests in Factor now. Wagons as chests is baby mode. Tanks as chests. Or rocket silos as chests. That's how you do it. Anyway, I've once again done this well. You must have studied on your trip. Either that or you are hacking into the terminal to report false completion times. That's against departmental policy. Right, surely after this, we're going to put on our big boy trousers and actually get to work. Ah, the first job. However, there's this other thing. Validation skip. Oh, S-rank 25 minutes. That must be in real business. Let's maybe take this job. 10 minutes. Beautiful. Screw it, I can't cheer for this, says GPIC. Surely the game is hiding some death. Enough learning, time to put your skills to work. Remember how I failed to pass validation stealth checks? Did you know validation logic has a remote overdrive? I used that to start fixing the water export. Considering the situation, it was a noble action. Sadly, the results are disastrous. Please fix. Love it in city builders where you have a broken city to fix. Welcome to your first job, administrator. This place is a real mess. I thought I was going to just tip over the edge there. There's a good chance to learn some more advanced skills here. Looks like this loop track has collapsed. It no longer does anything. Use the track tool. Find a working route. You'll want to have more say over where the tracks are placed. Use the track height tool with F and V. Fight and the depth. Okay. Try repairing. I will do exactly that. Whee! Beautiful. Let's take a look at this track. Why are the trains virtually no capacity on them? Select one of the short trains. I plan on doing exactly that. Q for configure. There we go. Let's make it like that. And we should do the same for the other one, surely. You can reconfigure existing trains by selecting them and pressing Q. But isn't that exactly what I just did? Oh, but you want another engine on it as well. Is that a pushing engine? Now it's time to really get to work. We need you to deliver water to the Zeppelin dock. A few one-off deliveries won't cut it. We need you to reach a certain export rate of water. Use everything you've learned. Well, how about for one, this has another engine on it. Yeah, I actually wonder if pushing engines work in this game. You can do pushing engines in OpenTTD, right? Curiously, is this station big enough for all this water? Kind of. We're actually pumping that water out as fast as we can. But look at that waiting that's happening. It just seems wrong and so inefficient. Right, surely what we want to do in that case is change up this track. Although I don't know if they're going to let me delete things. Because currently these two block each other. Oh, hang on. Can I use this water? Ah. I'll buy it for a high price. Whoops. It's E to finalize. There we go. And these guys block each other. Do you turn around in such a case? You just seem to fizzle into nothing. In that case... Oh, wait, you just... How does that even... How bizarre. Yeah, maybe that's the aforementioned ghosting mechanic. There's also this water pumping. There are 2 different places. I assume they're all providing the water here. But that being the case, perhaps we should just add another train to the mix. Does it show where these are linked to? Unclear. But it is taking evenly from both of these. By the way, I can't help but feel that the game's volume is getting a touch loud. Let's just have you chill out a bit. If it's loud for me, it's probably a little loud for you. Feels good making money. Just that ka-shunk of the cash coming in as the goods get delivered. It's just right. Don't let that rate go down. I need all the water I can get my grubby little hands on. Are there enough workers in these places? Possibly. Hang on, there are other water pumps that aren't being used. I'm beginning to see the problem. Get to work. I think the short station here means it's only going to get one at a time, right? Whereas if I were to put another station in, then maybe it can load 2 at a time, because this one with 3 was getting 3 at a time. There's another water pump I could use, but I'm all but convinced that this will be plenty. Gonna go 2 at a time. Oh, I like it 2 at a time, baby, yeah! All too bleeding easy. We're receiving these ticket things. Don't know what they're used for. But slap that down as 4 out of 15 on a 10-hour challenge. Thanks, Administrator. We needed you and you delivered. You saved the bacon. The chat around here is you arrived on an economy class rocket. I've never heard of a corporate employee from Earth traveling on the work rocket. You must be incredibly poor or incredibly humble. Is this how we learn about ourselves, huh? Nahuri Konek comes in and decides to start slapping down what I can only assume is Russian. Whatever it is, it's Cyrillic and incomprehensible to me. Maybe they're trying to get around the no back seating. Right, another region. It's a shame it doesn't give me any blurb around it, but sure, let's get oily. 15 minutes for this one. Knowing the country of origin, the coupons are likely used to make your trains look like VTubers. Good job on the water delivery. You learned the basics. Our colony needs energy, lots of it. Nearby is an idle oil power plant. Connect the surrounding oil wells, spin up those turbines, export the energy to the docks. Make sure you assign workers. It doesn't work itself. One of those turbines spinning, maximize production. Do this by building new railways to all the oil wells. Then invest in upgrades in the oil wells. Oh, I like the sound of that, actually upgrading the industries. I liked it in OpenTDD where industries would upgrade if you gave them all of the stuff that they desired. I suppose that's a not a vanilla thing, right? It's a... Ooh, it's not JGR... Whatever the industry mod was. Permanent license, the global license file. Valid in all regions for the oil well. Glorious. You'll be utilizing oil wells and the oil power plant. Why is there no pause button? Maybe it's one of those games that they actually use the pause button. No, it is not. Hey, vouchers. Whoa. Meta progression, including music. I don't trust this music not to be DMCA stuff, so I'm not going to bother with that. Interesting. Okay, so run that by me again. What do we need to do? We need to export energy. Oil goes to the oil power plant. A bank! I can take out money. Splendid. Worker housing gives me 20 workers. Alright, well, I feel like I can get a lot out of this double oil well. You do 6, right? So how about we just start tracking over to here. Good chunk. And then we'll give ourselves station 1, 2, 3. Wow, stations are nay cheap. That should be linked to both of these, and then we can slam ourselves a train on here. Trains are nay cheap either. So train, train... Oil, 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 oil. 4, 4... maybe 4 is fine. Give it a go. Couldn't be that bad, right? And since this is only 1 as opposed to 2... Tonk tonk. Tonk tonk. Let's keep on training. So in comes all this oil. You're going to need some workers. This place really needs many more workers. So we're taking the crude oil and making it into... Oh, straight into energy. Okay, well, it's no big deal then. Again, one cannot help but feel that this could be accomplished with something other than trains, given how very close we are. That should do for now. This thing isn't chugging out that much energy, is it? Although it's also really rather slow. How much output can you store? You can store up to 4 output. But it takes 2 crude oil to make 1 energy. So surely everything's fine. Nicely done. There are ways to get higher performance out of the industries with catalysts. Oil well or oil power plant. Learn about them. Alright, tell me about the oil well. Catalysts are optional inputs that can be added to industries. Ah, if you have more water, you'll make crude oil. Catalysts last 90 seconds. A steady supply. When you're ready, press image ID thumb mouse button. Okay. I'm trying, but it actually doesn't work. Right-click worked, though. Build... both oil wells and oil power plants use water. There's a resource site. Alright, sure. You can extract these resources. Resource site, industry, trains, stations. Alright, sure. Get me a water pump. Slam it clean on that water spring. I wonder if there's a limit to... I mean, could I put it on the very edge and it still works fine? Who knows? Let's get that blue gold loaded as freight. Build stations, water pumps, trains reconfigured. That seems all rather simpleton to me. I wonder if I could tunnel through this. I could also just share the track. But couldn't I also go up? And then down. And then we go... chunk, chunk. Well, do I even need that? How do I delete this thing? Unsure how to delete. So surely it's not important. That should do right. And then I guess we could do the same for you. I would like to have you join on that rail, but I don't like the way the trains just kind of ghost through each other. Keep it simple. If it only needs a little bit brought in, then a little bit's all we're taking. And the little engine that can. Turning off the ghosting was a setting. I wonder how it actually works, but, you know, I'm here to win. That catalyst boosted our production rates. There's another way to increase it. We can do upgrades. There's a voucher exchange. Spend your vouchers. Get industries, upgrades, engines, and extras. Is that for all missions or just the one here? New licenses become available for purchase. Once you've purchased a license, it's yours for your entire career. Good, that's what I needed to know. So if I want to... I mean, what do I even want to get here? Purchase the oil power plant upgrade. It's all mine. And let's get you upgraded. And then life is good, particularly for me. I think you've met this region's needs. Mm-hmm. Do I have a time running? Yeah, there's the time. What was I allowed on this mission again? Oh, I've got 10 minutes remaining for the S rank. Aha, it all makes sense now. Alright, you have a couple more bitties for energy, just in case the amount coming in becomes too much to handle. And let's have a look at that catalyst, shall we? Oh, look at these. They've got too much oil, and I'm not pumping it out fast enough. Should I be ghosting these? I can try, I suppose. Well, the ghosting doesn't seem to be too much of a downside. I'm a little unhappy about it, though. Yeah, so let's see it in action. You're the one that ghosts. It's kind of hideous, isn't it? I don't like what I built here, but it should suffice. This one's working A-okay. Worker housing. Do I have any other oil that I can tap into for you? Oh yeah, plenty of oil over here. Right, well then, that oil's coming with me. To work. I don't think I need to catalyst that one. I certainly hope I don't have to. There's yet another oil well over here. Ooh, it actually stores up the water. Ah, that's cool. So as long as you're bringing in some... You can actually store beyond the 90 minutes of catalyst that it uses, or 90 seconds rather. He likes it. He likes it a lot. I hate that ghosting though. Oh, makes me feel very bad. Very, very bad. The total produced in the top right seems to imply it doesn't need to be shipped off. Tasks are just lying to you. Well, we can see that, can't we? Total produced 39. Does it go up when it goes into the Zeppelin, or does it go up when it's produced? You're still short on some inputs here. 39. Well, I just shoved 4 over there. I guess the important thing is that you're getting money from that. $41, $42. Alright. Alright, well, I think it's quite clear what is to be done here then. Ooh, any S-rank missions done? 3, about to be 4. Don't worry if you feel like you've underestimated my abilities. You're not the first, and you won't be the last. Oh, energy is a catalyst for the water pump. That's kind of cool. Especially since the water pump pumps water pretty bloody slowly. It's only got 1 in storage. This is so cool. Why didn't I play this game years ago? I like it. I like it a lot. Just wish I had a speed up and slow down button, though. I'm making many... Wait, yen? Guess the Japanese won the space race after all. At least this mission took longer than a minute, unlike all the previous ones. Only because of the production requirement here. I feel like we've learned plenty. Wow, the triple train is taking off like crazy here. Do I want this custom engine? Optimized to enhance climbing and speed. Excessive turning limits weight capacity. Warehouses. Stockpiles a single freight type. Transfer freight between rail networks. That sounds useful. I'll leave them be for now. I'm sure the game will introduce such things, and if it doesn't, well, at least we still have them available to us. Inputs needed. Yeah, but not water. Jings, look at the speed this thing goes. Hold on, wasn't I also told that I can upgrade my oil wells? Oh, me oh my. Can I upgrade you as well? Oh, even more me oh my. And we can keep upgrading. What a very fulfilling experience this is. I guess you do need to export the energy, though, otherwise it would back up and you'd have no room for more coming out. Well, clock that up to 4 S ranks in 1/20th of the time. We used our portion of the emergency energy to re-establish our network connection. The other region told us you're actually not all that bad. Even said you're humble, which is pretty rare for an Earther. Earther. Permanent license unlocked for the workhorse engine. Higher speeds. Never fastest. I do like safe picks. Optional regions can earn you extra vouchers. Optional. Well, it's still a level to get an S rank on. Are we sure we're on... No, that was our 5th S rank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Meaning we only need 10 more Jenks. This is going to be done in no time. I was actually prepared to spend my entire Sunday playing this game. Looks like we're only going to need a couple hours. Let's mix that oil and water. Trains will be blocked to a meeting face to face. Why would I do this? Why would I ever turn this on? There wasn't something in the stipulation to have it on, was it? I'm actually tabbing out quickly to check. Beat any 50 missions, S rank. You don't have to ace it all in the first try, but a renowned puzzle master and logistics master such as yourself will scoff at me for saying that. No backseating whatsoever. Nothing about ghosting. Okay. Well, putting this on is nothing more than a handicap, so no thank you. Are you sure it's really 10 hours and not 1? Our lawyer secured you a license for the general workhorse. I'll assign you a new region. It'll prove more of a challenge. Sorry for the distance. I'm not good with maps. Well, we're all about building trains here. It's fine. I love trains, though. Fun to ride. Ooh. Cities provide workers. And so do the workhouses. The number of workers you have depends on the population. Select the city. You can increase the population of city by fulfilling its demands. This is good. It's nice to have an actual feedback from making a city better rather than just having it be bigger. And I should assume consume more goods. Pop 55. Workforce only 6. 1 per 8. It's not growing. They want water or salt or wire or steel. Increases production speed. Why would you want a production speed from a city? What do they produce? You know, it's not taking my back button now for some reason. Right, water your city. Cities have needs. The water pumps can meet level 0 demands and then supply energy and then catalyze the city. So it grows faster that way. Interesting. Also, the rank timer isn't starting. Maybe it doesn't start until you place your first thing. Well, there's some raw oil. You said west of the city, right? How far west? All the way west. You know these blocks in the ground? I wonder if they imply a precursor civilization. Well, let's pump that water. Again, unsure if it matters how many tiles of water you build it on. I'm going to try building it on 1 and see what happens. That still didn't start the timer. How strange. Yeah, you eat those S-bends. I already don't think I want this here. Can I move it? Because if this place really wants a lot of water, then... what the hell. I'm sure it'll be fine. It can back up all the water it needs. There's your water. Yeah, there we go. Starts from the first train. Very cool. Let's see. We've got the oil power plant here. Oh, and a water pump right next to it. The water pump also produces water. Water for the power plant. Oil. I could just patch the oil out of here. And I'm struggling to see why I wouldn't. Yeah, I really wonder if the amount you put out depends on how many patches are underneath it. It'd be very strange if that was the case and it just didn't tell me at any point, though. Track height exceeds support level. How far down can I build this thing, then? Yeah, just toss the oil overboard, sir. Brilliant. Alright, that goes the energy. I guess we just ship the energy straight into here as well. I'm sure we can work with what we have here. How much money do I have? I got plenty of money. Let's get this city stocked up. It's growing, and it wants that catalyst of more stuff, no doubt. Well, is it growing? Maybe they drink that water in a heartbeat. Skipping station, no freight. Oh, workers, of course. The water pump has workers. The oil well doesn't seem to need workers. Oh, neither need workers. What could it all mean? I wonder if I can start putting in some signaling so that, you know, they can wait and have a pass point. You know, like a signal here would be quite nice. You know, wait, you bugger. Auto signaling? What heathenous technology is this? Holy smokes, they drink that water in no time. Okay, well, you know what this is telling us? This is insufficient. I want that track to bend around. If it can. Can I just destroy part of the city for this? I can. Wonderbar. Did not think the city would be as incredibly thirsty as it is. Right, well that makes this a little bit of a problem. Because I want a lot more water. Hello, bank. It's telling me that because I'm low on money, but low on money isn't out of money. Alright, alright. How do I get rid of this, though? Oh, salvage, probably. There we go. They are going the wrong way. Is this the water train? No, that's the energy train, and it rightfully takes that path, but I wonder... Does it actually turn around here? I need to watch how it comes through. I don't know if it knows to turn around or not. Then I'll add another water train. Ah. Okay. I can tell it to reverse manually, which is likely what I'll do. Let's make sure you take that route, you take this route. And once this thing comes around, I will reverse it. Where did it go? Here you are. Right. Once you get to here, turn around, sunshine. Oh, right, well, I guess you didn't need to, but do that. Go through here. And then all will be a little bit better. Alright, how about you? I need to clone this train. Sounds fine to me. Except I don't have enough money. Well, the bank can help me out here. Give me all the money you've got. Having a positive balance will be good. Train stations, upkeep. Well, whatever you say, game. There we go. Loads of water. Wow, that interest piles up. That interest really piles up. And there's not a whole lot of oil that we're bringing in here. Yeah, because the oil probably wants its catalyst as well. Watering your smelly Roman. Yeah, the water just isn't making the big bucks that I need and deserve. Although I am making profit overall. Yeah, wow, those water demands are insane. Ah, I can't just dump energy here. Right, interesting. Wonder, could I add something on you so that you bring energy back to this water pump? There we go. What if we... Oop. Yeah, add an energy thing here. And see if you can bring energy back to this water pump to catalyst it. That said, it doesn't produce... It doesn't need catalysted. I just want somewhere to dump the energy. You do take the energy. And how about the dosh? Well, it's some money, I suppose. How do I give that money back to the bank? There you go. Take the money back. Stop charging me interest. Can't be having that. Notice board. Banks can lend you more money. Thanks to the vital information. Junk. I really like how the bigger station means faster loading and unloading. Could have made this elevated so it can bypass each other easier. Wonder if at some point they're going to start demanding their wire. There doesn't seem to be anything to imply a metallurgy industry. I've never felt as confident in a bet as today, says Tack47. Tack, you've been around for a long time. Are you truly sure about that? There have been some pretty bloody confident bets, especially from the lose lobby. Oh, it's telling me about my future task of creating energy. The thing is, I'm having a hard time finding consumers of my energy. Wonder how much energy these water pumps would consume. Have we considered... Wait a minute! Brainwave. Have we considered... this? Dump energy in city, then dump energy in water pump. Make energy money, produce more energy. Energy production struggling due to lack of oil pumps, though. Oil well expensive. Oil well want catalyst. Alright then. How about we do this then? Dump a little bit of water in the oil well to catalyst it up. Poof. And that's going to last you a good 90 seconds and ensure that there's more oil to make more energy. Notice, task stage near finish only 8... Task stage near finish. What a mouthful. I think it is technically correct, but... still a mouthful. I remember feeling really confident about a certain baseball game for kids until Christopher Robin turned. Christopher Robin really earned his reputation in that one. I got destroyed. I heard Earth has animals. If anything, the Nakatani tax is generous. Oh, people are so upbeat. Ah, the city is leveled up. Wonderful. It now has demands. It demands energy. This region only has energy available. Trains will stop at any station. Blah, 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 blah. Alright, well, we gotta bring more energy in. I wonder if that's the main task, then. I need to make a lot more energy. The trouble is I'm going to need more oil. I did just catalyst this oil. Is there an existing oil well that I can use? Yes, there's you. Well, isn't that just splendid? Could I... kindly make my way over to this? Stations are expensive. Trains, for some reason, are also expensive. What's this carrying again? Oil. There you go. Bring that oil over, pretty please. We've got this additional water pump that I may want to use to catalyst the thing up. Can we get down here? Corsican. Doesn't need to be particularly... Wait, oh, what am I thinking? It doesn't work that way. Am I getting the full refund on this, by the way? Maybe. What a turn. What a horrifying turn. Alright, this is purely just to drive catalyst, so crap boiler engine and a little bit of water. And there you go. Really like the smoothness at which it gives out the line instructions. Curiously, to people that are watching that have played this, how is the performance? If I had a large map full of trains, does this game suffer horribly from total performance death, or is it admirable? Because I played Railway Empire, I think it was, by Gaming Minds, and that game had dreadful performance, to the point where the game would actually just crash if you had too many Too many vehicles, too much industry and all that, and that's just unacceptable. That is to say, I do not accept it. Can't believe you've only got a maximum capacity of 4 here. At least I'm here to pick them up. No, unfortunately not. What, no, it has very bad performance? Because that's not what I wanted to hear. I guess what I wanted to hear was the truth, but nah. Right, so slight concern is that I need a lot more energy coming in here. And without the energy, they can't keep growing, is that right? Yeah, no, this thing needs a lot of energy coming in. I feel like that S rank is slipping away from me. But look, we've got a ton of energy in here. So why do I not just have another dedicated line that just brings the energy straight in? I guess I could. Well, I have the money and the power. Oh. And actually put these in here. Get going, Chief. That energy is needed. Except we don't have it. Wait, we do? I didn't feel like I made it to City, but the game disagrees. That of the game is absolutely in the win lobby here. Maybe I was closer to City than I thought. I thought I needed like 256 pop for that. I forgot how to license remote monitoring. I'll need to trust that you've learned economic optimization well enough. What I do know is the computer says you've completed your tasks. Oh, thank you, Saito. Glad to hear there's so much belief in my ability. We now know how to make power plants, and that is number 6 done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And now I have choices. Regions, bonuses, oil overflow mega, stretching thin. Let's stretch thin, shall we? Having played a large map with lots of trains in this game, it chugs. It's not fantastic, but it's not bad. I understand that the nearby region has been messaging you. Our accounts are privileged. They shouldn't be able to reach you. Head over to the next region. Put the colonists to work. Assign available workers are key. Every plant or factory requires them. You're in charge of assigning them. Often you will not have enough. Prioritize. Copper is required in this next region. No one's built copper mines. Don't complain. Making things work is your job. Build the copper mines over the copper nodes. Simple enough. Saito just not giving me any appreciation of what I'm doing here. Steel is a hard requirement for appliances. Fire up production at the steel mill. Supply ore and coal. Not that I'm complaining, says Hunter12 of the Win Lobby. But does this game ever actually get challenging? Such bloody fickle betters here, right? We've only just started this game. It's still doing introductory tasks. Right, this is the appliance plant that you were talking about, right? Steel and wire make appliances, and I guess appliances would go to a city. Here's a city. But appliances aren't used here. I think they just told me where appliances are used, and I have already forgotten. Geothermal, custom engines, Excessive turning. No catalyst, but it makes waste. Or, wait, is waste its catalyst? That's strange. Can I reread those details? I need to produce steel. Oh, here we go. We export the appliances, so that must be a Zeppelin dock thing. Yeah, there we go, and they're worth decent dosh. Excellent. Still waiting for that 15th mission to be impossible. Ah, but we get to choose the missions. Alright, during initial setup, salvaging will refund 100% and timers are stopped. Ah! That is very powerful. So before I start putting down my trains, I should actually put down all of my initial infrastructure, of which I have 11k to play around with. But the initial stuff that I set up has to end up being profitable, right? So it seems, so it seems. So what's the best way to start with this one? We do have oil well going on. Where's the energy production? Got the back and accountancy. Accountants crunch numbers to provide you live financial reports. Tabulated revenue and costs are delivered right to your management HUD, which I guess is this stuff. I wonder if you can start without them then. Coal mine, steel mill. Forgive my aching eyes, but where does the energy come from? Or am I meant to be building the energy? Maybe I meant to build the oil power plant, but there was access to a geothermal thing with my stickety-tickery things. Steam vents to make steam. You see any steam? I don't see any steam, but it might still exist. I got loads of vouchers, right? Yeah, come on, give me some geothermal. Oh, and I can already upgrade the geothermal. Very cool. If I were to build you, would you go anywhere? Oh, yes. So if I just built you up here, I would just get energy. Energy that could be used as a catalyst for the steel mill and the appliance plant. That's pretty cool. Yeah, we're going to try this thing out. So, industry, geothermal. And it looks like it doesn't need anything. It gets boosted by water, of course. That was quite expensive, huh? Catalyst it with water. Wire coiling, well, more oil. Where was the initial water, though? Slight problem I have with this game is all the buildings look the same to me. All look alike and all that. I wonder if you can build the water on this thing. If I wanted a... not that. Ah. Water pump is not allowed. Required resources unavailable, if you say so. So I gotta get my water from this water pump. But catalysting energy for free sounds very, very good. Especially considering how slow this thing is. I have a feeling making energy for free could be very handy. Let's already upgrade this thing. Or have the ability to upgrade this thing. So what am I thinking? Water periodically to the geothermal. Shove the geothermal energy over to... I don't understand this waste thing. Where do I get waste? All these options, eh? Trying to think where to even start. There is a lot of coal to be had. If you end up with too much steel coming in, you won't be able to ship any of it, right? So you can't just make an infinite amount of stuff that goes away to be consumed. Except, I suppose, here. Right, this city will drink... Oh, the city will drink steel. Yeah, that's pretty good. So we could have you eat up the steel until I'm in a position to make appliances. And the main task is to get those appliances out. So I reckon priority uno is to get that coal over here. Coal goes da-da-ding, da-da-ding. No workers assigned? Well, we're going to need some workers here. I do not have a lot of workers. Fascinating. You're also going to want iron. That's what the iron mine is for. You make 2 iron every 8 seconds. And these guys make 2 coal every 4 seconds, so it's very fast. But it's equal amounts that are used up here. Can we build another iron mine? Is such a thing even possible? No, but we can do copper. Oh, it's a small concern to us. These are kind of short. I can just make do with one of these to begin with. Maybe making 2 here was a bit overkill. Although I could also share these. Track needed first, huh? Alright, alright. That money gets gobbled up real fast. I would like to catalyst this. And I also want to drop some energy over here. So I think what I will do, using my extremely clever ways, is something like, but not necessarily this. Oh, can't actually do it like that. Fascinating. How about that then? Because then I can put my station up here. And then we can bring the energy to both the steel mill and the city. But the geothermal makes energy quite slowly. I think bringing water over is of vital importance. And there's really just one water thinger. So it seems. Alright then. It's not a huge deal. You know, I love games that have day and night cycle. I hope that's my favorite feature of day and night cycle, though. Good, it does. Disabling day and night cycle. I have once again forgotten to hit accept. There we go. Was the second one cheaper there? I didn't notice. Like when you put these things down... No, it looks like they're all the same. I could have sworn it came up as half price for that other one. Right, I forgot a very important thing, and that's that trains cost money. Hopefully not relevant. Well, let's get started, shall we? Train with... like 4 bits of coal. We shouldn't need a lot of speed or caring much about this. What do you mean we got a train? Boiler, coal, 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 coal. Boom. Cheap. Iron, iron. Do we really need more than 2 of these? Take 4 then, couldn't hurt. Definitely want water coming this way. Can it even store 4 water in this? It says it can store 4, so loading up on 4 seems pretty ideal. And then there's getting the energy out. That's a big deal. Pretty big enough for me to want a good engine for it. 2 of them? I guess so. There you go. Go this way. Although it is a thought that the water pump also likes having energy. To that extent, take one little thing for... Oh, yeah. I really wish this game had like a... Are you sure you want to quit? Oh. Oh, we have a problem. This is too short. It's fine that you go that way, but you don't have the length to actually sort this out, huh? For now, that's a problem. There we go. Alright, good. Your next task is to get good at exporting appliances. Yeah, I think my next task is to make some bleeding money. Alright, you're going to go here, and then you're going to take this route out, and I'm going to delete this, and then you'll be stuck on that new route that I've made. My mistake for putting you initially along here. Chunk. Chunk. And then you go this way. And then we pretend this doesn't exist. And your route is looking good, so you'll drop off probably 4 energy here initially, but then you'll just dump it into the city where it belongs. City would also like water, but water is actually rather rapidly made. I could just dump water in the city, which sounds rather nice. Yes, just dump the water. I guess we could make another somewhat general purpose dumping zone here. That's not general purpose enough. Oh, you really only get half the money back. Brutal. But this thing should be cranking out the water now that it's, well, the level that it's at. The geothermal thing here. Yeah, that's more water than we need going over, isn't it? Oh well. This game is brutal but fun. Is it really that brutal? Is Jake slowing down yet, or will he manage to win? Of course I'm slowing down. We just did the tutorial missions, which were unsurprisingly very short. Okay, right. 60 minutes to get the, well, this stuff going. It needs steel, but it also needs wire. I need to get going on that wire front. How do we do wire? The wire coiler needs copper. Where are the copper mines? Where's Copper Batty? Wait, I need to build the copper mines. Much to my disgust, that costs money. Could I just start with one? We'll do it cheaply. Steel mill working nice and fast, please. Copper mine does not need workers, but this thing most assuredly will. This will do for now. We can always improve it. Yeah, got no workers at all. Leave the steel to us. Well, actually, we've got, if anything, too much steel for you. Did I ever send that steel over? I don't think I've been dumping steel in the city. Please dump the steel in the city. Okay, that's why it's been locked on only doing 8. Alright, but hopefully the place will grow and I'll have more workers to throw around here. So the dream goes. That is going to be slow work, but whatever. And then the appliance plant is going to want the wire together with the steel. Matthew Steel. For now, this will do. hope I've selected the right train here. So it seems. Alright, grab the wire, take it over here, where there are once again no workers. I got one spare worker, but it doesn't need to work there just yet. And then, while we're at it... let's make sure that we can actually bring this stuff over. Train, how do I rotate the train? R for rotate. Bring that steel. How much steel? Don't know, just start with a little bit. Grab it, bring it back, dump it. Everyone's happy. And eventually we'll start exporting that stuff. Which I suppose can also be done on this. It just needs to be brought over to the Zeppelin area. Rather cunningly, it can be brought over like so. Wonder if there's a problem going into debt. Doesn't sound like a real problem, does it? Look at all this money I've got. Man, feels good having money. Right, you need input. Steel and wire. Well, there's your wire, right? Good. And as for the steel, it's on its way. Also good. Nobody complaining at me. Also good. I even have some spare workers. Alright, we'll double up the production here. These guys are actually sitting on loads of wire. 1.5 per minute. Alright. Get your rears in gear. Geothermal plant is even too full for words. I hope you're actually dumping that energy in the city. Actually, that's a problem. The energy that I'm making is barely getting consumed. It's only being used as a catalyst because this is just level 1. Although it is growing, it just would grow better if it had more goods. So with that in mind... I could dump the energy as a catalyst on, well, a lot of different places. This place also uses it as a catalyst, but again, that's all just a catalyst. Although maybe I need to consider whether or not we just have everything that we need already. 0.7 per minute, and I need to make 24 of them. Actually, they need to specifically be exported. Fascinating. You just make your way to and from the Zeppelin dock, please. I shouldn't need to unload them that fast, but let's at least double it up. While we're at it, could you kindly take 2 more bits of this? And I appear to be needing a lot more of this, so another engine, another couple bits of copper. Perhaps even another copper mine, but they are quite expensive. Yeah, keep that wire flowing. That ghosting looks hideous, though. Not like you have that far to go. Yeah, good enough. Just keep that stuff flowing. That's probably not the best expenditure of my money, but hey, we have money. We produce tons of steel, but not a lot of appliances. This thing needs to kick itself into high gear. It desperately needs more steel. Hey, that's going to gobble up the energy at least. Alright, well, if we need more steel, let's get more steel. Yeah, you actually have loads of steel that we're just waiting to get over here, so please pick up the pace. You finish up, this one comes in. It might be a little choked here. Not that this takes too long, right? Off go 2, off go 2. Oh, you're only taking 2 because you don't have space for more. I need an upgrade license for you, so this is as good as we can do. I think it needs the catalyst. Yeah, let's speed this bad boy up. What I could do is I could take this energy dude, if he's not dumping energy in here. He is dumping energy in here, okay. In that case, I want that catalyst on the double. Okay, you feel the time pressure because of the... because it's constantly moving. I like it. Actually, 1 is all I need. Very, very simple train. Boiler engine, 1 bit of energy. Just catalyst this thing up, please. Those appliances are needed, and they're needed badly. Let's see, 2 per minute. So at this rate, we'll get 14 before the end of the mission. However, with the catalyst... wait, the catalyst is the 2 per minute. Unless it's taking averages, because now it appears to be speeding up something fierce. Yeah, alright, sweet. Provided we don't choke on any of the inputs, we should be fine. We have choked on the inputs. Where's the steel? You get the coal, but you're struggling on the iron. The iron needs waste as a catalyst, but I don't have it. Is that really the problem? No, the problem is actually that I'm not loading and unloading the iron fast enough. And since I'm drowning in money, let's just make it go very, very quick. Can I, like, change out that engine? How do I select just the engine and remove it? Or upgrade it or something? Maybe what I can do is delete everything, give it the workhorse, and then do it like that. Don't know if I got rebate on that or not, though. Ah... Well, I dare to say I'm rather enjoying this game so far. I like that from the get-go it immediately allowed you to just build however you want. It didn't just have, you know, 2/3 of a railway built and then this highlighted bit where you're meant to drag the railway across. No, it just said, here's a situation, build it or fix it or whatever, and if you want to do it with a massive roller coaster of rails going around, then that's your problem. And I like that we took the opportunity to learn geothermals here as well. But everything seems to have their workers. Wait, that's not true. More steel. Matthew Steel. I like that they actually automatically stop on these, so the ghosting only seems to happen when they're on a collision course. So I wonder if they can explode on each other. Making 4 per minute now as long as we have the inputs, but we're struggling a little bit on the inputs. Yeah, look at the rate at which it's consuming that steel. Freight! It's what's for dinner. Sure. In that case, please bring over more steel. And get it loaded faster. I can make it even faster. Oh, whoa, why in the world did it do that? Ghosting is bad, okay? Well, if I'm really paranoid about this taking too long, here's what I can do. Now you have your own dedicated route. And you won't clog this up anymore. And now we can bring in more steel, although it might be a little tight on that time. Might be, but it also might not be. Ah, there's a slight problem there. There's a maximum amount of steel that it's going to store up, so it's actually better to have multiple ones of these going. Regardless, though, this is the final choo-choo that we need. So let's follow along. This is so freaking cool. No, don't get me out. I was trying to modify my view and swing around, but it seems that's not happening. Good afternoon, Jake, says Miriact. How are the trains going? I recall enjoying this game for a while when I played. Well, I'm enjoying it right now. Although this has not been a particularly clean S rank, it will be an S rank, and we have learned some vital lessons here about prioritizing budget and how geothermal energy works. We didn't have to bother with oil energy whatsoever here. So freaking cool. There we go. S rank with a couple of minutes to spare, which is to say more than 10% of the time spare. And somebody was asking about the city. Sadly, I don't think we can look at it. Oh well. Full disclosure, I'm not going to message you after every task. My terminal tracks when you've completed them. I pre-assign you a big backlog. Right now you should have 2 tasks, main and optional. If you're feeling diligent, complete the optional task. I'm not going to judge you if you don't. Good. I don't care for being judged. All right, how many, just help me out with the counting here. How many S ranks is that? Out of how many that we need? Fork in the water. I mean, maybe it's worth doing some of these extra ones, especially if the target time is quite low. Seems to imply that we might be able to get it nice and fast. But they might also be very difficult. Let's check one of them out. Region number 3 bonus. Wait, where's the first bonus? Region number 2 bonus. Region number 3 bonus. Region number 1. Ah, okay. Not all of them have bonuses. This one did not. What about over here, though? Region S1. I don't know. Something about that makes it seem like it's going to be hardcore. That said, it also leads directly into you. So maybe this is actually easy core. Let's go and have a look. You deserve to be doing more than running basic validation. You need to make money. Ah, yes. Give me the money quest. I love it when money is actually relevant in these games. By the way, what were the gambling odds? Balance sheet needs attention, build up resources, extract industry, export freight, earn enough. The short format buffer allocation will overflow, thus making all tutorial validation regions complete. Make money now. Gosh, you're screwed as a lose lobbyist when the win condition is Jake must make money. That said, it's bringing copper, coal, iron. Is it dealing with anything else that we haven't played around with? Silica. In the end, it's still just a production chain, but I am a little unsure about this one. Make bank. Deposit rate. Oh, hold on. I can deposit money and make money off of it? I hope it never goes negative. Where's the anything industry? Oh, I see. They take raw ingredients out of here, and they're all the same value. So in that case, I guess we just go and get all of the goods. Remind me again what the catalysts are here. Do I have any way of making energy here at all? Nowhere here actually produces it. So the entire validation check here is just make an arseload of money. You know, what could possibly be the complication here? A little weird though, isn't it? Build up your resource extraction industry and export the freight. Is that really all? Just seems so suspicious. Oh well, can be as suspicious as I want. What's stopping me not just using the most efficient, closest, vast production opportunity that I can? Maybe nothing. Wonder if there's a way to build up even more of this. Is there a limit to how much you are willing to hold of goods? Or can you just dunk out as many as freaking possible? How fast do these make it? It's pretty fast. Looking at my other options, there's a lot of water over here. Oh, that's right. I wanted to check that the production rate was the same on all of them, no matter where I placed them. 0.7, 0.7, 0.6, 0.9. I think that's just because of the length of time they've been there, though. They all look like they're growing at the same rate. And they can also be upgraded. Fascinating. Alright, well, give me the water as well, I suppose. Unless something else is closer. A few 1,500 per minute seems like a lot for such a small cart load. You think so too, huh? Well, I didn't sign up for thinking. Is there not a better way of doing this? I'm trying to think of a way to get like 4 of these down at once, and this might be the better option. Quite possibly. Probably spending too long worrying over virtually nothing. That said, hold on. Hold your horses here. Just had a thought. If I did this... Does that not connect all of the stations? I think we might find that it does. And yeah, we start off with crazy money here, don't we? Alright. What a strange mission. I'm not imagining this being strange, am I? Oh, I could almost build it into there, but not quite. Alright. What's this then? Silica? Because you're not actually doing anything different on these. I just build, and build some more. I wonder if you can't get by just going straight back and forth like this. Maybe these produce so fast that you need to actually do considerably more. But couldn't you just make a massive train? A truly enormous train that just goes back and forth here? That said, it's profit, isn't it? Didn't think about that, did we? Let's start with this and see where we end up. Because I don't know what kind of size of trains we're going to be looking for here. Also, we only have the boiler engine. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Get to work. The longer you are, the shorter the distance you have to cover is. Yeah, that makes sense. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Plonk. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, plonk. Probably want an enormous one here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 and 12, perfect factorial ratios. Yeah, look at that lovely negative profit coming in. Couldn't I also make money by depositing my stuff into the bank? There you go, take 11 grand. I'll start making money off of the interest rates. We can always take it out if we need even more money. If. Factorio wasn't autistic enough, so they asked themselves, what if it was just trains? Hey now, 2.1 looks like trains are going to become even better. If such a thing were even possible. Quality trains. Although one has to wonder what they were thinking by not initially just having quality trains. I feel like you need to be more. Go. Just birth more wagons behind you. Boy, you're having a hard time getting back up though, aren't you? I will say though, getting that average profit up is probably going to be a bit tricky. Looks like you need to exploit everything if you want that, and you're going to need a loop rather than whatever nonsense we're doing here. So we can get more trains on the case. Ooh, I don't like to look at that. So since these guys are so full, what's stopping me just cloning this train? Probably significant lack of money. But yeah, it looks like loops are going to be somewhat necessary here to actually maximize what we can get. I can live with that though, I think. Not that I've set these ones up for looping very well. Yeah, look at these guys, they still have so much more oil to offer me. And upgrades. More. Hopefully these trains also pay for themselves. It would be tragic if they don't. Yeah, well, we got the costs there. Cost-benefit analysis looking good. Yeah, the slow speed at which they come over here proves a problem, doesn't it? Have all the scenarios been on this snowy map? No, I think only 2 of them. Wouldn't claim to remember. Remembering's not something that I can do. This seems nicely set up, but it's only half of the dosh that we need with everything set up this way. It would probably be somewhat smart to restart this and not waste half an hour on nothing. Because that money's not going to grow unless I build significantly better operations here. Alright, well, I can start by improving you. Oh, but hang on. Doesn't work that way. Needs to work that way. There we go. Run along this way and back out that way. Beautiful. Yeah, I know you're gonna ghost here, but eventually the ghosting will fix itself. How about the water, though? I mean, maybe I can just deal with the ghosting. Because if I just copy you and deal with the ghost, how bad could it really be? And just smash into each other. You guys are not my problem. You're going to be slow as sin anyway. Running out of that sweet money of mine, though. Although it's nice to actually make some significant money off of the interest here. 500's not nothing. After a bit of money comes in, we should be able to invest in these lines, or we could invest in them already, because I've got money. Wait, no, hold on. There we go. Let's not actually pay interest. I'm not interested in that. Right. Need copper batty. What happens if you are high up? Consider, if you will, this. How exactly you deal with it, we'll figure out in a bit. That S-bend is unforgivable. How about that? Was that 6 and 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, good enough. Let's get training. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And another one in the back. Boom. Headshot. Fill her up. Little uncomfortable at how you already finished up there. Why didn't you grab more? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The other one didn't get a full load, though. And it certainly looks like these guys are ready to rock and roll. Don't have to go uphill if you start at the top. There's probably an argument for straightening these out, isn't there? But I don't know if you pay more upkeep for already being high in the air. Alright, so if I make tons of money off of this, we bump up the average profit and we shove it in the bank to make even more profit, and then we should be pretty good. Of course, I also want this coal coming in. Bring on the coal mines. Can we make do without that last one? Well, I don't even have the money for it, so probably not worth considering. But someday we will have the money for it. And on that day, we will bring you all the way down over to here. That's not the corner making that we want, is it? Hang on, is it even going to make this turn? No, well, maybe, maybe. And then you go... Well, actually, this one hits all four of them. Cool. Get going. And as soon as I have the money to duplicate it, we will duplicate it. And then we'll be rolling in dosh and making bank. Teaching me an important thing about maxing out the Zeppelin dock, though. Still do wish there was a fast forward button. Am I missing something here? Maybe it's just not a fast forward game? I get that. They don't all have to be. Man, trains are cool. Glad to see it's actually properly filling up on copper batty. Might be over sucking the coal mines dry. We could upgrade them, but if anything was going to be upgraded, I'd say it would be the oil. Don't think it's worth it, though. The output's not even that great initially. Yeah. Oh, maybe. We could actually make a bit more in this oil. I wonder if that's worth the investment compared to shoving it in the bank. Yeah, the interest rates are kind of crummy in the bank. I only caught a bit of the start, says Sumki, but aren't you spearfaring race? Aren't you a spacefaring race? Why are we using steam engines? I think you're going to have to come up with your own explanation for that. Besides, maybe it's space steam. Oh, this is pretty bad. If we're getting here and we barely have any oil to collect, then maybe I really should consider upgrading you. Although it's only a 50% increase in production rate, so is that actually any good? Especially when I have to spend that on each of them. I can't help but feel I'd make more money just shoving it in the bank. And remember, last time I shoved 10 grand in the bank, it made me 300. So you know what, let's deposit everything we can and make extra money on the interest. Normally when games have a banking system, it's just rife for exploitation. Just like real banks. Point is, give me my money. Yeah, there's a ride-on train, but these are hardly the world's most exciting train tracks. And I'm a bit saddened that I can't pan the map here. It's just like how I have the camera when I'm truck driving. You know, moments before disaster. Phenomenal. It wouldn't be a hilarious waste of time if actually after all of this I don't have enough money to win this. Because I can't reasonably upgrade anything now, can I? There's no more patches to exploit except for one little bit of coal. Oh, not that we have to worry about that. The bank interest came through. 15 minutes flat for yet another S rank. What an incredible result. The money. The balance sheet is looking plump. Aren't you glad you spend your time working and not wasting it on tests? Terminal records have been altered. Make no mention of this. Still telling me about this other bonus thing we could do. And what's that for the S rank streak? A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7, an 8. We're more than halfway through, and it's taken us an hour. Okay, wonderful. In that case, are we going for the water fork? 25 minutes. Who's got 25 minutes to spend? Can we do this 20-minute one? See, in this kind of situation, it doesn't only takes one luminiferous aether. Because I have some agency on the missions that I choose on the map, if I find 1 or 2 or even 3 that stump me hard, we can go over to these other ones. Although maybe if it's 3 or more, it might become a problem. In visionary words, a stray memo calls this region city to receive extra energy. Memo is old. Wind turbines, duplication, previous owners. Deliver 256 energy within 20 minutes. There was mention of wind turbines. Well, they don't seem to do anything. Are there actual people in this city? What city? Accountancy, voucher exchanging, things to upgrade and purchase. Very tempting. You know what? I'm more than a little curious about this custom engine. Let's have at. This is stuff that I already have at the bottom, right? Yeah. I'm also curious about this warehouse. Can be used to transfer stuff. Let's give it a go. Huh? I was just kind of circling around my cursor. How cute. Oh, here's the city. Space travel expensive. The population is level 128. I'm assuming that's level. That must be like families or districts or something, not number of people. Abstractions are great. Hello, bank. Oh, cheeky thought. Can you just deposit the money? Have time not pass and then... Okay, no, they're not going to pay me. All right, give it all back. Not all of it, mind you. Like that money sound effect. What in the world can be done here then? Are there even any resources at all? There are some oil patches. My industry available is the oil well, of course, for these numerous oil patches. We can pump water, not out of this water, but out of the spring. Okay. Geothermal. Geothermal required what? Power? In order to go ham? Yeah, it takes quite a while though. The oil power plant makes the energy in half the time, but requires workers. Oh, hold on, they both get better from water. But since the whole thing is to deliver energy, I should probably focus on using all of this oil to make my energy. Trouble is, both the oil and the water have a ways to go. Let's look at the ratios here. We don't need a lot of water for the oil power plant. The thing is, I probably need to supply the city to get the people in order to make everything else work better, right? No, the oil well doesn't require people. What does require people? Does anything require people? The power plants do. Alright, so we're going to need quite a lot of power plants. Sounds fine to me. because I can just have a loop here and a loop here that grabs the oil and the more oil and maybe even the more oil and shoves it in here and simply catalyst it with the water from there. It seems really rather simple to me. But it could be that we're going to end up needing multiple of these. So here's another cheeky consideration. I will slam you down here, and we're going to leave space for 2 railway lines that go through here. One brings water, one brings oil. And that way we can have more... I wish there was a pipette tool. Maybe there is. May, in time, need to have more power plants here, here, and here. So we'll design it with that in mind. It's good to know that we're not on a timer here. I want these things to be as close can be. That is going to have to be what grabs you all. A 5er, huh? That's quite a bit. It wouldn't be like that, would it? It would have to come out a bit more. Something like that. Chunk. Chunk. That means I'd need these guys to also enter that loop, but also have their own way of coming out without clogging it up. So there's probably going to be an extra bit that comes out like so. But I'm okay with that. This is designed to be scalable, and of course we have limited funding from the get-go, so I can't have everything running ham from the start. That said, if the whole point is to churn oil into energy and shove it out there, why not just have 2 of these things going from the get-go? So let's have the other oil welling industry going. That is regrettable how far away they are. Ah, haha, the game is on to me. I can't do this the way I would do it in TTD. Alright, can I use the warehouse for this? Provide storage for freight and transfers. Unsure. Very unsure. Okay, different approach then. Salvage all of this. I need to understand how warehouses work, and this is probably the ideal place to figure it out, but I'm doing it anyway. Right, so when you're coming through here, I want you to also join in these shenanigans. And once you're done your deliveries, get back in there. For now, that will do. Oh, but hold on. Hold the phone here. I was meant to put more of these on this side. Good thing that before you start building your other doodads, time does not start. Having 2 of these from the get-go might be hardcore, but bear with me. Booyah. Alright. In comes the oil, in comes the oil. Dunk. Back to here, back to here. The oil comes in a gorillion times. Can I delete this stuff? No, for some reason this stuff just gets in the way. Lots more oil can come in on a similar way, as long as it all comes out in a similar way. Which may necessitate another... Hang on, couldn't I have the water run in here like that? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Well, that's even better. That means I can use both of these for oil, and we just have one water one that rises above it all. Alright, I'm liking the way I'm thinking, and not just because I'm the one thinking it, although that does help. Alright. We can just have a very simple water delivery thing here. Scary how good I am. And we shouldn't need that much water, really. Maybe even 3 of these is overkill. Maybe even 2 of these is overkill. What's your production rate? Maybe that's the worst place to check it. Every 16 seconds, you make us 1 bit of water. 1 bit of water will last each of these 90 seconds, and I plan on having 4 of them. What does that tell us? It tells us that 1 is plenty. And if it's ever not plenty, we can build more. So let's have that there, with a view to adding more if we so desire. Yeah, we can add them there and have them all encapsulated by 1 station here. But for now, you will do. And I do want it to be 4, so it can deliver 1 for each of these per journey. Beautiful. Okay, what exactly is the remaining problem here? The remaining problem is actually that I need to get all of the energy over to here, but this is where our double-leveled train tracks come in, because I can do something like, but not necessarily this. Is 1 back and forth going to be enough, or am I going to want to loop this? Think like Claude. Always loop. Does that go over the minimum height of you? It goes over the minimum height of some of you. Let's just be prepared. Wish we could make larger turns. Everything turns a little too sharply. It'd be nice to have higher top speeds by having larger turns. But maybe that is an option. I wouldn't claim to know. That should do us just fine. Just need to start putting down my trains and we're good to go. What kind of trains are we thinking about today? How about we just use cheap crap boiler engines? It doesn't give us the stats of these, so it's hard to... Oh, is that true? It's not true at all. It tells us right here. Stats and performance. So, upkeep of 4, upkeep of 8. Top speed 75, top speed 33, acceleration 2.7, acceleration 4.7, 3.7, upkeep. Yeah, that custom tuned power seems pretty good. Don't know what the weight thing here means. Oh, the same turnaround? So it seems. So I mean, I should try using my new custom engine. Guess it couldn't hurt. Get going. Also, I'm gonna duplicate you over here. Make sure the route is fine. It goes, it picks up, it comes along, comes through, that's good. And then you... Yeah, you come through, you go along. Why does it... Why on earth are you going that way? Uh-oh. Whew. There we go, that's not so bad. There we go. Get that in. You're going to need some workers to get that stuff going. And we're going to need some training. I mean, how could I possibly need more than cheap crap boiler engines for this? I can replace those if we need better later. Wait, does this city also need water? Ah, I should have thought about that. Okay, we are going to need more water than I thought. That's fine, though. Alright, you grab the energy. This grabs all the other stuff. Let's get our little bit of water going first. Cheap, crappy boiler engine for 2 bits of water should be fine for now. But the lesson it is learned. I'm going to need additional pylons, or in this case, additional water coming into the city. Probably rather a lot of it. Alright. This will probably need a nice speedy engine. And that means I'm going to need more water pumping. Surely the bank could help me out here. Thanks to the dosh. Thanks. I'm gonna need I'm gonna need those water pumps I said I don't think I need. Thank you, please. There we go. Nary a problem. So you go through, you drop off the water on this station that I definitely made. And then you, short crappy one, just come along here, back and forth to catalyst you. I like this catalyst system. And life is good. Notice board. Banks can lend money. What a notice. Keep pumping that water, laddies. You gonna transport batteries or what? Pretty much. The oil power plant makes all those oil-powered batteries. And we dump them into the city, who will drink them together with water. That said, they don't drink the energy unless they also have water, so I need quite a bit of water coming in here. Well, I can see why they gave you so many water patches. Here comes the water, but I'm going to need so much more than that. So I'm going to want to duplicate this train as much as soon as I can. Sadly, it costs dosh that I don't have. Fortunately, the bank is always happy to give me money. Wonder why. Off goes the water. Gashunk. And gashunk. I wonder if it's always a raw value. I think it was worth 32 when we exported by Zeppelin as well. But there we go. Now you grow and grow. Yes, good, good. But they need a lot more water. Fortunately, the water is on its way. The poor ghosting. You've only got 6 water there. We are going to need more of this on the double. Good thing I'm making profit, but the bank is taking its pound of flesh off of me. What's the requirement for S rank? As far as we can tell, the ranking on every map is based on time. That's been the case so far for every map. Am I actually taking anything from these? And why is there a ghost? Oh, I think I made these go the opposite directions. I just told you to wait until full, didn't I? No, wait. We don't want to wait around here. I want you to go around this way, so you follow the same direction as that thing. So please turn around. Oil is slimy and it gets everywhere. I think that's the take on sand is something something. There we go. I like this little simple loop. What's not to like? But I'd like it even more if I had more money. Making 600 minutes, so in a couple of minutes we'll pay off all our debt. But maybe I want more debt so I can shove more water into the city. The city is in dire need of water. Because it makes the energy pretty bleeding fast. Market share is meaningless. Too deep for me, I'm afraid. Yeah, I do like how fast the cities consume their goods, though. There's no glass, furniture, or appliances to make them consume it even faster. Maybe I should just withdraw maximum, get some more water in here. Pump that water. The upgrade seems like a poor choice compared to just building more of them. Although, my opportunities for building more are minimal. But not nothing. I could build 2 more and then launch it into this, make sure it's exclusively made for the city. But right now I don't like the bank taking all my money. Debt is future money you could have now. Yeah, debt is good. But when I play games that involve debt, I generally like to play fiscally viable. It just makes me feel better. You shouldn't be doing that. Maybe at some point I had this idea that this would complete a loop. But that's no longer the idea. Does this have space for another watery thing? I wonder. Might be better if I differentiate this onto its own little dude. Because we can have a little dude here that still gets access to these without clogging up the other water engine. Yeah, there we go. How do I know which train I've selected? Can be awkward. There we go. I want you to take that instead so you don't clog this up. And that'll allow me to duplicate this train. If indeed that's something I even can do. Is there even water to spare? I guess we'll find out real soon. Oh, you can signal by train. Yeah, we can choose how the... well, we can switch by train. Signaling appears to be completely automatic in the game. That energy number is not going up at the rate I need it to go up. Because of the city's thirst for water. But once that thirst for water starts being met a little bit better, I might actually struggle on the oil. It's a struggle I can deal with by building more trains for more oil. Actually, they're kind of topped out on oil here, aren't they? In that case, I'm going to need another oil power plant. If only I had the money. Give me more money, please. I'm sure this will pay for itself. Because it means more oil is going to be drank up. Currently, we're not drinking it all up, are we? Well, that all changes now. Really rather satisfying. I'm concerned that half of my time is gone and we've only done 20% of the energy demand, though. And it is delivering, not producing. We gotta get to work. Yeah, damn right we need to get to work. Hop to it. More train. More train. And if we reach a limit on that, then it's more something else. More water as well, please. These guys can stock up a reasonable amount of the stuff. Look at this guy, he's running empty. What are you saying to me now, City? How are you feeling? You feeling better? That's good. Wonder if I can even reach this number in time, though. Time seems limited and wibbly-wobbly. And look at this, we got trains backing up with all of the oil. I've overloaded this one then. Well, there is another opportunity. I'm thinking. Don't really have time to think, though. Since you wait on the offload, I wonder if I could just have this connect up to you and still be okay. Hooray! But what does it mean? Wait a minute. Oh, it accepts freight at half price when storage is full, so they're still going to be drinking the water and the energy. Is that true? Huh. Then maybe I didn't need to fill them so full of water. Let's see. Still going to take that energy? They still are. Okay, I'm not convinced I'm getting this done in time, though. Look at that. We only got 50 done in the past 4 minutes. And I don't think this bypass is currently good enough. You take that bypass then, please. And you also take the bypass, which is, in a sense makes the non-bypass a waste of time, but let's worry about that later. Oh, I can see why this was the bonus level then. Get that stuff moving. I do not think I'm going to make it. I can't double this up in no time flat. I can certainly try, but the amount of oil that these people want in, and my ability to get it in there fast enough. Yeah, I think having these two share the loop slowed the oil down a bit too much. Question is, should I try this mission again when I fail it? And I do think I'm going to fail this in 5 minutes. To the point where I wonder if it's worth to keep on trying, or if it's just a fool's hope. Wait, what in the world is this? Why have you turned around? Ah, you didn't have that sorted. Please don't do whatever you're doing. Must be horrible bug fixing a game like this. Must be endless amounts of train collision bugs and signal logic bugs. Need input, need oil. Well, I did screw things over by reversing the oil for a bit. But actually, I think the oil wells are actually running a little drier than I want them to. I might be worth taking out the big bucks to upgrade them. Except I've already withdrawn all of the bucks that I can, and I'm barely making a profit. Oh dear. Oh dear, oh dear. Even if these are all working fine, we're only making about 10 a minute, 3 minutes, 30 odd of them. I don't think we're making this one. Panze comes in and very subtly says, hell yeah, lose, lose, lose. Oh, the pain. I wonder if bringing water to the city was maybe a mistake. Because they bring in, they take the energy anyway. And the growth isn't really needed. We're awash with workers. I think it was just a delay in getting the oil into the oil refineries. Oh yeah, Crivens, this is what I've been making a mistake with. I didn't catalyst the oil wells. Oh, I could have been producing so much more oil this whole time. 50% more oil. Sorry, 100% more oil. Okay, that has been my more or less entire mistake then. These needed to be catalysts. Oh, more fool me, and that would have been very simple to do because we do produce more water than we need. Just drag it over and dump it here and here. And then still have a double rail coming in here. Yeah, I'm holding out false hope that this could ever be done in time. Restart level. It says region. Region makes me worry a little bit. What if I just save and go to the overworld? And then we go back here and we... Ah, this is reset then. I was worried it might reset like a whole large region. Let's try that again. Yeah, still too in the minds of Europa Universalis, calling something a region. Alright, alright. Now that we know the mistakes that we have made, we want to... what do we want? I was overall quite impressed with the setup that we had. I wonder if I could do it over here, though. Because that's less of a distance to bring over for the catalysting. And actually, I can have those two bring over just for catalysting this. And then have these do catalyst and deliver. And then go round and round, and everybody is happy, especially me. Shouldn't be too difficult to have this work. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Although one says, how does the water come in? Not an unreasonable question. We can afford to have spaces too wide here. Alright, so the water comes in like so, not to disturb the oil. The oil seems to be very important. But hang on, can we do even better than that? Can you do this? And then this. So we drop off water here and then water there and come back and then reload up on water. And that will get all of these guys catalysted on one track. With one train as well. And potentially with one industry. I'm not sure about one industry managing all of these, but two of them certainly. I'm sure we can do better than this layout, though. Rotate. It comes along, it fills up, it drops off water here, it drops off water there. And we'll have this thing... How much do you store? You store a lot of water. This could take a while. Come out with 4 water. Ka-chung, ka-chung. Comes back, grabs some more. I don't see why that wouldn't work. But then there are a lot of things I don't see in life. Hope I don't fail this one twice in a row. That would be traumatic. Right, and then how are we going to have this come in? Maybe it could also come in like so. And provide water to these guys. Then there's a small problem of how we get over there. I'm unconvinced. Cute thought, though. The problem is these guys might drink up all the water, and then these guys just never end up with any water. That could be too much of a concern, much as I like this little setup here. Let's instead have something like that. So you get the water from them, and then the other guy comes out and gets the water for them. Shouldn't be a big deal. Alright, 2 very basic trains for them. How about bringing all the oil over to here? Now, what I found last time was that just one of these was too busy. Especially with all this catalysted oil coming in. I need 1 each. So how about... you come in... like so. Just round and round it goes. It drops off oil like mad. And then this one needs to do something similar. Trying to keep an eye on my money here. That seems pretty good. These guys need water to be catalysted and then to bring it out. And what I would really like is that catalyst is priority and then the rest gets dropped off at the city. Unfortunately, that's going to need quite a lot of water industry. Maybe start with 2 and build more later, especially if catalysting is the first thing that's done. Don't want to share these tracks with any old nobody. Also, don't like the idea of losing all this height or spending loads of money. Tricky. How's this gonna go anyway? I come down through here, deliver, and then come back? I guess so. Bit expensive though. And by a bit expensive, I mean ludicrously expensive. Ouch. Maybe it's fine. And what money do I have left for trains? Oh dear, oh dear. He had to restart because of a bug, says Sumki, because we're redoing this map. Unfortunately, the bug was he failed. Not incorrect, but rather savage. Guess we'll have as much of this as we can afford for now. We're going to have to enlarge these considerably later. Alright, it's a little unfortunate because I don't have much in the way of money for trains. I might just maximize out what the bank will give me, which is still not a lot. And then we get going with the basics. Alright, fair enough. I guess we got to keep it cheap. 1, 2, 3, 4. Jonk. And then we're going to clone that train right here. You get that over there. And you will be cloned. You will be cleansed. Except this one comes back to deliver unto you. There is a railway station there, right? Okay, very good. And then I'm going to clone you again. You go here. That is not the correct way. The priority needs to be for the other place. I'll clone you again, though. And then, of course, I need to get all of the energy that you're delivering and bring it over to the city. I have a setup for that, right? I do not. And I've just gone and eaten up my opportunity to do that with the water. And we need to deliver quite a lot of this stuff. So what's my idea here? I could bring this closer to the city. That seems like the smashing idea. And then maybe, just maybe... Oops. Yeah, that's not quite enough. It's too tight. Tight as a bleeding tiger. Alright, well. How hideous. Let's get those trains going. Cheap crap boiler engine with quad energy and not enough money. In fact, I'm losing money. Hey, bank, you got another loan for me? Always. Hop to it. Ah, there we go. Let's pretend that we make money. Monopolies are fiction to scare kids. Competition is dangerous. There we go. The city can accept its minor amounts of water, and hopefully I can invest all the money I'm about to make in better trains and better everything. There's a lot more oil that I need to be transporting. More money, please. I need more money badly. The max speed in these trains is a disgrace, but currently it's about as good as I can do. Is this a purely economic game? Does it also have military? Can we get a brief refresher on the content? Military? It's just trains. Trains pick up goods from one place and deliver it to another. We can grow cities to get more population to work in things, but it's purely economic, logistic gaming. Which is fine, because that's what I signed up for. Gachunk, gachunk, and away you go. I still think I've messed this up pretty badly. I'm concerned, because I spent about 40 or 50 minutes on this level alone. Using catalyst, loads of catalyst stuff is left in reserve. Still waiting on more water, but when are they not? And I'm just waiting on an opportunity to improve my trains. Heaven help them, they need improved. And what I could actually do right now is configure you. And then we can make custom crude, bonk. And that should do a good bit better. Of course, if I'm upgrading one of the trains, I should upgrade them all, but I should upgrade them once they're empty. In fact, to that extent, couldn't I just sell that train and then duplicate this train? And then life is good. And then do the same here. Sell you off. Duplicate you. Actually, rather than that, let's upgrade both of the lines. So you, for example, can Gingawa. You can be duplicated here. You can Gingawa. You can be duplicated. And then I don't think we need another one of you. Off you go. And we certainly need to be loading up these trains faster. That one, not so much. It's already got 4. Need to be unloaded faster, though. Here's an example of someone that's just going way too slow. You got rid of your energy. Wonderful. Now to configure you by deleting all of that and giving you custom 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Donk. You get ghosted, but that's okay because I'm going to clone you right there. If only I had some money. Wait, money? Oh no. Where's my money? How could this have happened? There we go. Hey Jake, as I Slay the Spire 2... Oh, Slay the Spire 2 isn't out of access for a million years. Any chance of the occasional return to the original? The existence of Slay the Spire 2 has kind of curbed my enthusiasm for playing more of Slay the Spire 1, which I'm sure is not the answer you're looking for, but I'm not going to lie to you on that one. Oh, this is sad. Almost as sad as my finances. I am just not getting the energy made and delivered. Despite my best efforts. Although there is no shortage of the oil coming in, or it doesn't look like there is. Maybe there's a shortage of the, yeah, there we go, storage fuel. Storage fuel. We actually do need more of the pickups being done. Oh, and there's part of the problem. It's being picked up too slowly. And I suppose that also means it's being deposited too slowly. And also that I need another one of you. If only I had money. Go. This isn't looking much better than last time. I think it's going to ramp up faster than last time. Although that full storage continues to bother me. Maybe I need more dedicated back and forthing to bring them out, but I'm already heavily in debt. Oh yeah, we went from 40 to 74 very quickly, but I'm not sure it was quickly enough. I could take out yet more money, but to what end? They can have more storage when I upgrade them, right? Maybe I need that. Whew. Rolling on out. Transform and roll out. Why is there an energy thing here? I think I accidentally put you on the wrong track. I must have put you on here instead of here. Oh well, away you go. Yeah, I must have done that instead of that. Whoops. What a mistake for Jacob to make. That'll be why they're sitting there with full storage. Meanwhile, there's you with all of that. How about we just sell you entirely? Same with you, just get away. And that water flowing. I'm not actually sure that'll help me much. But I've gone and done it. 122 on the energy, that's showing some promise. And these guys are leaving mostly full. And the extra storage is pretty bloody good. Yes, keep that oil flowing and rolling. Actually, I need even more oil being picked up, so I want to duplicate this train as soon as I can. Which is now, actually. Some of these S ranks could get tough then, based on this mission. Still not entirely convinced it's going to be happening. I think my whole idea of concentrating all the production into one large station's maybe backfiring a touch. Make way for moving traffic. Did you leave half empty? Why? There's loads of oil. Everywhere has loads of oil. Unless it's because you couldn't dump any more into here. No, that's not possible. It's also possible I imagined it. I do imagine a lot of things. Right, we're certainly ramping up that energy production. We're grabbing everything that is getting made, which is a good sign. But are we making them fast enough? We're making about 20 a minute. That's 120. That's just enough, provided nothing breaks down. Is that a good enough assumption, though? This is kind of sad. The height issue that I have here going up and down is making these things have to work extra hard. That's not a big deal if I'm never sitting too full on energy, though. No siree. It's not a problem, is what I'll tell myself. Yeah, as long as everything being produced is being shoved over there, we're fine. Although they are dry on oil. I don't like the sound of that. Should I swiftly bring in more oil? I could do it. I absolutely could, and I shall. Thanks to the money bank. Thinking, still thinking. Does this actually go under you? Yeah, it looks like I can get you into here. And this doesn't need to be anything fancy, just crappy little bring in 4 or so for these guys setup. As long as we have another crappy bringer inner for the other oneer. Although that's proving more difficult to reach. It's proving a lot more difficult to reach. Oh, well, would you look at that? We could actually bring it in for both of them over here. It's not catalysted, but it's just something to boost the production, which is what we need. There's ghosting seconds. What ghosting? Okay, there might be a little bit of ghosting here, but that's it. I do agree that the ghosting is sickening. I think we had some people doubting success for this one. Something not looking any better than last time. How do you people sleep at night with so much self-doubt that you're just projecting onto me because you don't know what it's like to win? Never understand. Does Jake automatically loose if rules are broken? By me, perhaps. But there's nothing in the rules about breaking the rules. Okay, there we go. That's much better. What a pretty game. I don't just mean in fidelity. The way it all comes together, the sound design is on point. Wee animations on the trains. This is good stuff. Who made this game, anyway? It's been sitting on my backlog for years. And I fast-tracked it on a weekly one-shot, and even that fast-tracking was done like half a year ago. My backlog is simply too enormous. It's growing faster than I'm eating it. This was made by the Japanese. I trust the Japanese to love their trains enough. There we go. Scratch another S onto the list. The energy has been maximized. And we have a good buffer of time left over. Give me my tickets, and let's continue on. Seems to make me want to go to the fork in the water. Well, that sounds like a good idea, but only after I take a swift water break. You see, the timing is just too tense. How could I not? Whilst we're taking the break, maybe you can reflect on the fact that that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 S ranks. I feel like that guy who had 5 PlayStation 5s, but mine, you know, has a video game involved in it. I'll be right back. I see that. Jake's gone soft. Last week's Jake was confident in his abilities. He even gave the Lose Lobby a 25-minute head start. Jesus. There are people out there that just cannot perceive what other people are going to experience. I had no idea how that game worked. So it stands to reason that I would have reset my run. Okay, right. Let's get that timer resuming and our own progress resuming rapido. What's the fork in the water? I'd appreciate a bit of spiel here before I go into it. 25-minute though, these times are increasing. And that means whenever I miss it, we lose a whole lot more time. You've proven yourself proficient. We're going to an odd region. There's ore, but limited supply. Oh, plenty of demand, limited supply. Carefully balance how much ore you send to the industries. Grow the city, and that won't be possible if you starved any of them. Mr. Nakatani's taken an increase in colony, at least I think he might have. Assigned a bunch of meetings about the colony. We had a big discussion about how to value the colony for tax purposes. Yes, the times are indeed increasing. Permanent license unlocked for the silica quarry. But I've already used the silica quarry. For this assignment, you must grow the city to level 1 with water, then produce concrete to bring it to level 2. Existing water pumps will leave your supply constrained. Balance water or construct additional pylons. Again, timer doesn't start until we actually build trains. However, the real-world timer is still going. I don't know if I care about upgrading my wire coilers. Maybe keep the tickets in case we get a really good engine. Accountancy, bwanking. 17k to my name. Of course, you want water. And we said beyond the water, we're going to want concrete. Tell me about concrete. Concrete requires silica and water to make the concrete, which the city will not require until it reaches level 2. So until then, we should give it water and possibly energy. The energy could possibly come from... Oh, it doesn't give you the option to build geothermal because there is no geothermal vents. Very cool. Okay, but if I wanted to build additional water pumps, there are many, many options with which to do so. This seems very basic compared to what we just did, doesn't it? Almost amusingly so. Right. The city is rather oddly positioned here, in such a dead end. I suspect we're going to need to dump a lot of water into the city since growing it is an important thing. So we're going to need a... Hold on, can I just blitz through the city? Probably drops the population, huh? Well, possibly. That did just drop city population. That's amusing. Okay, well, as long as we know. Wonder how much you can blitz a city's size. Okay, highly amused. I'm going to want some kind of inny-outy situation here, probably for dedicated water supply. Can I not build tunnels? Tunneling does not seem to be much of an option. Fair enough. I could certainly grab some water here. I mean, what exactly is stopping me from shoving down additional water pumps? I suppose one could say the shape is a little awkward, but it's only a little awkward. Quite like the idea of just building this up from the get-go. There we go. Maybe we can just do a nice little thingamajigger like you. And we're going to need to bring in a lot of water, so surely there's not even a problem for setting up something like that. Chugga 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 chugga. Chugga chugga. So the water flows bigly into the city, and then the concrete yard works better with energy, but we have no source of energy, is that right? Not a sausage. So we just need to bring in the water down to here, and all is well. I mean, really, what could possibly not be going well here? What's the production speed here? You only need 1 water compared to 2 silica, so we could probably just have an end of station back and forth here. I mean, that seems unbelievably simple. The question is one of silica. Tons of silica. Oh, I didn't notice that water pump over there. Yeah, we can strap you in. Wait, can I delete you? Protected under regional contract. I didn't agree to that. I wonder if I have to pay its upkeep, though. Okay, doesn't change this now, does it? Don't have a lot of workers. Fortunately, we don't need workers for the other stuff. Right, seems fine. Hold on, what increases silica output? Waste. Well, we don't have that. Assumedly. These things are huge. And what actual shape are they? They're 1, 2, 3, 4 by 1, 2, 3, 4? I think they're 3 by 4. Or 4 by 4. Truthfully, I'm having a hard time telling. Right, so we have the ability to have lots of these. Should we have lots of these? Let's see why not. There's money to be made. And I can dump concrete into the city. Would love to have more information about how this this game works with speed on turns and climbs and whatnot. Anyway, that seems pretty good for bringing on the silica. However, it's not useful until we have enough water in the city, because there's nothing I can do with this concrete until the city is ready to take it, right? No, that's not true. Concrete is a catalyst, so we do want that stuff coming in. The question is just how much of this stuff we're going to be bringing into the city. Production rate, maybe level 350%. This is quite the concrete yard. Well, if that's how it's going to be, why don't we just have loads of concrete? Alright, fair enough. Right, first things first though, we need the water coming in. I like it when we actually have some half-decent trains for this. Still unsure what's better here. The climb rating is 50% on you. Climb rating is 40% on you. Climb rating is 75, so I reckon this custom engine is pretty good. It doesn't... Oh, it's even got the best acceleration. Tied highest upkeep, but it just seems so much better than the workhorse. Oh well. Get that stuff flowing, please. This, however, we can just have the world's crappiest train working on. This, not so much. I'll duplicate these trains once we have enough money to want to duplicate trains. I have enough money to want to duplicate trains. These guys won't be catalysted, is probably worth keeping in mind. Actually, it's definitely worth keeping in mind. This one is probably plenty enough. Because look at that, you weren't able to get these. I can upgrade them, though. You know what? Water is important. Bank. Someone's going to be making a lot of money today. It's probably you. Although a 50% increase of not much is still not much. In comes the goodies. Out comes the Wincrete. Let's go... Custom... Both stations aren't on both ends. Hope it's not a problem putting my station on a corner like that. Get to work. Custom sounds like a crutch. I earned those vouchers fair and square. Yeah, actually one train is enough for this, isn't it? Oh well, already paid for it. If I was paid in money, I'd be rich. That's so sad. This thing can store bajillions of silica. Quite like the idea of cloning you already. Well, I'm not seeing any problems so far. I guess the main problem is just I need more water for the city itself. It's catalysting hard, but it needs so much more water. So I think the obvious thing is to set up another pump over here with all this money that I don't have. And all this space that I've not allowed myself. Oh, they were not kidding about water being tight, huh? What I could also do is have a... I wish I could tunnel through this. It would solve a lot of my problems. Yeah, the slowness on the water could actually really cost me here. Next level at 128. That's a lot of water to wait on coming in. And I'm not making tons of dosh here. So I'm contemplating another water pump here. And just bring in another train. Yeah, but again, I have afforded myself a little space for that. How rather interesting. The concrete yard is also short on the water. I can double that up quite easily, and if I had even more money, I could add yet more here. Yeah, let's not underestimate how poor these water pumps perform. And true challenge of any train game, real estate. Yeah, ain't that true? Real, perhaps. That would connect to something there. This kind of works. No, I don't like that pew sound. Where's my money? Because I need to build this and the train for it. And I guess I can't afford a good train. Wonder if I could just, like, migrate this train over. Wouldn't that be nice? Actually, that would be nice. I'm just too good. Oh, I wonder if speedrunners do tricks like that for this game. Well, add it to the lengthy list of games that I want to watch a speedrun for to see how it's done. These might overproduce for a little bit, but they have the storage for it. It'll be fine, at least in the short while. There we go, more money for the money god. Not having water catalyst, I think, is one of my big problems here. I do not like bidding wars. I hate war. Does this really look like such a bad place to live? The streets are very clean. And the shanties don't look that shanty-like. I mean, I've seen a lot worse. Hell, I've been to Manila. The houses look ugly. It suggests that there's an atmosphere. That's got to be a positive boon on this rim world. Right, we got to reach even more population, which will require that concrete flowing on in. That concrete's going to require more water. Fortunately, we have the power. In fact, we have the superpower. I can make multiple more of these. So this poor, overworked, and underloved train is just going to very slowly keep bringing that water back in. Perhaps too slowly. And look at all that silica that we've got jammed in there. Let's put as much of this in as we can. Shame I can't put one more in there. Maybe. I can do... No, that's not what I'm looking for. I think you can see what I'm trying to do. Trying and failing. I want to have this thing come out for one more slightly higher. F. Ah, no, stop leveling it out. I want to have one more straight bit here so I can fill up the whole thing in one go. Meanwhile, maybe pay a little bit of the bank's money back so I'm not paying through the nose in interest. There we go. And then it comes in, and in one single blonk, gets everything it needs. And maybe I can even configure the train once it drops off its stuff. So that I can go up, and then give it a nice thing. So it should be able to get up here in record time. Whoops. Well, it absolutely should wait until full. These things are actually starting to fill up, which is a good sign that I can clone this train. Donk. And start bringing in even more water. Lovely jubbly. I hope that's the final task, 256, because if so, it's going well. Main issue is just getting that bleeding water down into the concrete yard, but we're working well on that now. Need input? Oh, I've got your input right here. The fact that I have enough space for the incoming silica is an excellent sign. And it consumes that silica twice the rate of the water. Another excellent sign. And how does the timing line up? As you get to 100%, that's just when the water rolls in. So it's almost perfect. In fact, we could make it potentially slightly more perfect. 9 so far, says Fishlips. As to the question of how many S ranks are we, this looks like 10 in the making with loads of time left over. What happens if there's not enough space for the city to grow? Maybe it gets limited. I wonder to what extent it spills out. Or maybe just certain buildings become larger. It does that somewhat dynamically in OpenTTD. When it comes to these games, when you're building a game that's about logistics or about building roller coasters, you have no choice but to at least do something much better than OpenTTD or OpenRCT does. Because when I play a logistics game, I'm always going to be thinking, why would I play this over Chris Sawyer's brilliant game that he's already made? This is more of a puzzle game than that, but the 3D element and riding along in the trains, and just the fact that the game is extremely well made, is certainly giving this a place in my heart, despite the monopolization done by Transport Tycoon Deluxe. They also deliver different things, right? Transport Tycoon Deluxe is very much a sandbox, and this is much more of an arcade-style challenge/puzzle game. Alright, well, slam in a little bit more Wincrete, and this place is done. Why Wincrete? What was the game that made me start saying Wincrete? I feel like it was Satisfactory, right? Concrete was a pretty vital ingredient for a lot of things, and there were many different ways of making it. This game has a free play mode for a more sandboxy feel, says Mariact. Well, maybe I shouldn't be hearing that, because then my days off are going to end up spoken for, and I could do with actually spending my days off resting. My last 2 days off, I just spent trying to make Wrestling Empire work with all those custom characters. It was very much work on my day off. Very, very clean. I didn't need half the time for the S rank here. It must be intimidating watching my streams sometime. You just look at this guy and think, how is anybody this good at games when I am just so pathetic? We received a global license. Concrete Yard is mine whenever I want it. And we might just want it here. Oh, this level is not going to take any time at all. Beautiful. How many missions are there? I think the submission alluded to there being about 50 missions on the campaign. I've got a present for you. Remember Westminster? Not really. They sold us the track management software. Well, they just announced an expansion. Automated branches with collision avoidance. Increased throughput. Effortless multiple station usage. You're going to have to elaborate on what you're talking about there, friend. I actually just said out loud, oh my god, when you patted yourself on the back like that, says Andarius. Words of disbelief, I'm sure. Auto branch, auto mode. Trains will alternate arms each pass. Well, that's really good. I wanted that on the previous optional mission, which makes me feel foolish if this would now be unlocked for that mission. Almost curious enough to check. Please validate your Westminster alternating subsystem with this physical test. These crude oil trains have been configured to automatically alternate. Good. Good for you. Yeah, someone get Andarius and Nancy Drew games so you can be sufficiently humbled. That's a good idea, Andy. Which Nancy Drew game are you not familiar with? We haven't seen anyone tackle Danger by Design, but maybe you saw Brelix's run already. You should always go into a Nancy Drew game blind. That's why I wait long enough to forget them. The showy loop can handle more trains. Selecting existing train, take a look at how it's split paths. Okay. And then whoa, whoa, whoa. We've already passed a minute here from that. That's not how we do things around here. I've resisted every Nancy call so far. Well, so has everyone who hasn't played them for now. Alright. Come on. Ooh, holding right-click shows all the information. You don't have to hover over. Very cool. Okay, select one of these. See their path. Yeah. Is the splitter not physically there, though? That's a bit of a shame. Clone the train from the train detail panel. Create an identical train with the same branching configuration. Oops. Yeah, okay. Good work. Since all the trains are configured to alternate, you don't have to worry about balancing the traffic yourself. I like that. I like the way they come in for this. I wanted this from the get-go. The oil power plant needs some more crude oil. Experiment with alternating branches. Improve. Well, how hard could this be? That said, how do I actually do that? Oh, maybe it's just automagic. Right, how about we grab you, I clone you, I shove you here. Dong! Yeah, okay, there it is. Auto magic. And then auto magic. And then I'm guessing we want about 4 of these, so clone. Can we quickly clone? Usually shift click does this. Instead shift click is some kind of camera thinger, so maybe there's no fast clone ability. Also, I shouldn't be cloning them over here. I should be cloning them over here. Pick up the oil first. Alright, so you're going to choose the other place, Excelente, and then you're going to come in this way. It doesn't show the current path, does it? No, well, I guess it's not that important. Anyway, that oil power plant is working like mad. Which ensures that we're going to have lots of energy coming out. But what more do you want from me? Oh, that's the future task. It's going to want the glass coming out. That's fine. This is about to hit what it needs to be. Yay! The oil plant is humming along nicely. 2 glass smelters turn energy and silica into valuable glass. Silica mines can provide, but the train network needs to be done. One last detail, these trains have been exporting your excess energy. You may want to sell or stop these. Get that energy for the glass smelting. Oh, very nice of them to do that. Yeah, and that's because there's a Zeppelin dock here. Beautiful. Right, so. This is where we could bring the energy down into the glass smelter. No, it needs to be in the glass smelter. But we need some silica. Ah, but it can work for this automagically as well. Now, that is cool. In that case, head on up here. Blonk. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One of you. Automagic. You merge. And then, where do you actually take these two anyway? There's a glass smelter here and a glass smelter there. So I want this to be automatic. There we go, there's auto. Don't know why that was so hard. There we go, take 3. I mean, I got 3 of these things, so why not have 3? And then let's just sell them when they're empty. Hell, just sell them overall. Maybe I should have cloned them, but I didn't clone them. Alright. Left, auto, auto good. And then right, auto, auto good. Clone train. Done cloning train. Wonder how many of these I can reasonably put in. Given the size of the station, maybe I shouldn't be going for 8. I should probably be going for multiples of 6, so maybe consider 12 instead of 8. It's more efficient. Although one can't help but wonder if they could have more of these. One also needs to get this glass heading out here. Where's the split for picking up the glass? There's a Zeppelin dock. Here's where we collect from you. Oh, they collect from both. Fascinating. Well, I guess we could just get going, right? I guess we can do it by the 6s, right? So you take an automagic one here, and you take an automagic one here, and an automagic one here. Couldn't hurt. This isn't how I would set it up, mind you. But it does allow you to set one of them as wait. No, if it's auto, then it keeps switching, right? So there's not actual logic to it. Be interesting if I could set it. Oh, but it doesn't stop if it can't pick up any. That's pretty cool. Happy about that. To be such a waste. This one will stop because it could pick up 1. And it does pick up 1. And you can pick up 5. And you will pick up 5. Oh, I've been jibbed, right? This could have more. I can't build stations. Could I destroy stations, though? No, this doesn't allow me to terraform or change anything, actually. Ach, well, I will live. Might hurt, though. These guys are struggling on the silica, aren't they? It does allow me to upgrade these. If it thought I didn't have enough silica already, we could enjoy even more. But yeah, I should have made these 6 or 12. 8 is a bad number. Basically another tutorial level. Even more tutorial than the first one because you can't even build something. You're not wrong there. If you're trying to insinuate that this is some kind of baby challenge, then you might be onto something. Should I be concerned about this, though? I think we need more raw oil coming in. More oil, more energy. Energy into the smelters and get that glass out of here. At least the bank is... Oh, I could make bank, couldn't I? I want money, please. Rolling Ninja says, every challenge is a baby challenge for Jake. I don't know, the past 3 might disagree, and I wouldn't even say that Turok was a baby challenge. I was just too good. Also, I am Turok. Nice work on the auto branch validation. That will be the last validation region ever. Beautiful. The challenge is listening to Lily Ritter for 8 hours. Well, I've already done that, and it was a lot more than 8 hours. Curiously, how many S ranks is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, that can't be right. I've barely played today. We could do even more bonus region. This one's only a 20-minute job. This one's even longer. An import dock. Color me curious. Oh, hey, Dark Young. I was asking, what was the verdict on A Long Walk? I'm curious about that. Now that you put your glass exports to smashing use, don't destroy the glass directly. Even the auditors would notice that. Send the glass to this oversized city, feed the demands, sell glass at cost, or produce more profitable chains to subsidize imports. I don't understand. You want me to deliver glass to the city. But glass is something that they're going to need concrete or widgets or energy, and water, salt, wire, or steel for. But where's all the glass? Ah. Ugh. I'm paying for that glass. So we need to make enough money to cover the cost of the glass and produce industry that will allow the glass to be consumed in the city. So the question is what's available. Water, very obviously. Otherwise, we've got copper, we've got energy. I could just go ham on geothermal energy for them, but geothermal energy is kind of slow, is it not? Yes, but what if we took it and upgraded it and just ignored doing power plant energy? Because then I would only need to really make 100 or 200 energy. It's an idea, but it might be a bad idea. Might be a really, really, really bad idea. But it's funny. It also just cost me a bomb. But I reckon we can get that done in time, because with the catalyst, this is going to go twice as fast. Alright, I'm interested in doing this with geothermal then. Any plans to have one last peak stream for... Oh, absolutely. I haven't put it in the schedule yet. I think once I'm done today, I'll do a call to arms, see who wants to join in. I'm assuming mods are going to break, so we'll just be 4, won't we? Oh snap! Is that on Tuesday though? Crap! I'm going to be in Budapest on Tuesday. I will investigate once I'm done with this stream, and I would appreciate being reminded to investigate. I still think this should be upgraded by 1 touch. So we're going to bring them energy and water and glass. Small problem, am I going to make enough money for all that glass? Because that glass is expensive. Well, they're going to eat the glass, aren't they? How much do they pay for glass? Oh, I don't know. Buying freight will cost money. Or I could just take out an endless loan with a bank. And just ignore the coal mines altogether. Where do we get water from? There's some water springs here. Well, the easiest way to check is to go water pump. That's it for water? Oh, that's grim. Are there existing water pumps? The music in this game is very strange, isn't it? Just as I say that, it kind of dips out a bit. Yeah, my ability to make water is a bit grim. But I can send water to the geothermal plant that can bring the energy back to the water spring to increase the water amount that goes back to there and over to there. And this thing just works. It only needs a tiny amount for catalyst. So I can just put a little baby track that leads over here and drops off a tiny drop of water. No matter how you slice it, though, we're going to need to pump this water out. Just thinking about the best way to get this over here. Wonder if I can use that switcher thing that I have. I just doubt they are going to time exactly the way I want them to. Wow, that is quite the range, isn't it? Is that actually going to go the way I want it to? So train picks that up, train brings it over, but we also need to... Oh boy. Oh boy. too big, you say? If life could be so simple. Game seems to believe that there is no way up to you here. In that case, I will make my own way in life. You don't need water, right? Good. And this thing barely needs any water, so just the slightest touch will do you fine. So water comes over here. You're going to make me all this energy, and all this energy is going to be brought over here in the best way possible. What's the best possible way? Never mind best. Is there anything even remotely good about this? Doesn't like it. How much is for certain? I wonder if there's any way to get this rail down to here. There was a kind of okay thing here. Yeah, riddle me that one. The thing is, I need to dump rather a lot of energy here, so this is probably not good enough. 2.7 per minute. We can speed that up dramatically. Just trying to think how well this is going to work. My you are being a silly bugger senses are working overtime here, so I think we shall avoid being such a dafty. Of course, now you're in the way. How can I make this into a loop-de-loop? You would be in the way like that. Well, I can elevate it. Elevate your mind like airplane glue. Although, perhaps not bring it down so much. That doesn't seem right for a number of reasons. Sure, we'll go with that. Alright, so there's our loop-de-loop for bringing in the geothermal energy. We bring in the water, and once we have enough of both of those, then we can start feeding them glass. Is that right? Because the thing is, I'm going to need money for that glass. How does the glass come in? I think it might be better if the glass shares this line. And again, there's no hurry for bringing in the glass because I need money for it. It doesn't really matter which way it goes in, so I could do something like that. And then this one comes out like so. There we go. Right, spot the problem here. No problems detected. Okay, well, we can start making money by bringing in the water. Oh, hold on. The water also needs energy as a catalyst. So the train that goes over bringing in the water also needs to come back with that. So it should probably be a simple little train. Crappy, cheap, and like so. I can improve these later. For now, let's just get the basics going. Alright, so you pick up the water, away it comes. Maybe, just maybe, double up the speed of that. It's a thought. Let's see, it needs to flow down this way, so the train needs to be coming that way. That should do you just fine. You must wait until you're full. Wait, no. If you wait till full... No, waiting till full should wait until all the energy is full. It won't wait until the water is full, because it can't. But I do want you to wait until full on both ends. Alright, that brings in the first load of energy, and that means we need to start bringing in the glass, whether I like it or not. At least this tells us how much of a price difference there is. Let's start with 4. Integral Hamster comes in, and he uses his patented positivity to query, is this Train Valley clone with Unreal 5 stink all over it? It does have the Unreal stink all over it. No doubt about that one. Hang on, trains should always be left-hand drive. He says, having this one be on the right. They're using catalyst, and they need to enjoy more water. Alright. I can just clone this train, it's no big deal. Although, really what I'd like is for it to be considerably larger. Then I can clone the train. If only I had money. Right, where's the bank? The bank has always got my back. Bank, I want money. Thank you. There we go, let that water flow. Might cause ghosting, but ghosting just means it gets delayed to the point where it will, hopefully figure it all out. Ooh, wait, what was your problem there? Why did you not take more water? There was plenty of water. Needed a no debt clause for this challenge. Wasn't in the rules. Alright, are you gonna... Okay, I don't know what made that other one not take the extra water, but it didn't take it. An industry needs workers. That's not true. I'm not even using a steel mill, so don't tell me it needs workers. Alright, well, we've got our first load of glass. Dread to think what this glass is costing me. But let's make sure that glass is actually flowing. Ah, well, the energy's coming in. That's an excellent sign. And the water is making money. Good. And how much money do we make on the glass? Wait, the same? So the glass is lossless. I imagined there would have been a downside to importing glass, but if you just import it at cost, then what's the problem? Well, no problem. The only problem is I'm too bloody rich. Oh, no. There. Out comes all the glass. What is the city lacking, if anything? Nothing. And in comes the water. And in comes the glass. Tch. Well, the only question is the pace going to keep up? If the pace doesn't keep up, I can take out more money and increase the flow of water or something else. And water does seem to be the main struggle bus here. But we have the power. Because that bonus still gets the... Oh, the catalyst is not multiplicative. So actually the catalyst is less effective once you have them upgraded. Ah. Learning. Maybe learn too much. Oh well, I still want to increase this. Where's that bank of mine? Where's my money? Give me more. This is trickle-up economics. All the wealth trickles up to the import building. I like that. Yeah, we're still a little bit behind on the water here, so I want some more dollary dues. Where's my money going? I guess I have lump sum losses when I buy up the glass, so maybe you get into a situation where you don't have the money on hand to buy some glass. But the numbers are going up at a steady rate, so I don't think we have too much to worry about. Unless we're worrying about money, in which case we might have quite a lot to worry about. But it's alright. It's a false cost because you get it all back once it's delivered. I suppose the downside is that you're not making a profit on the line, meaning you're strictly making a loss on the upkeep. But I still want more information about the upkeep. I think you just get an upkeep number, right? It is segregated. And you can one for one see the cost here, right? So it's an upkeep of 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so they're each $1 due to upkeep the cargo wagons, and it's 4 or 8 for the locomotive. That makes sense. The rail tiles themselves, I guess. What is this even? Do you pay for the tile upkeep, or do you pay per station upkeep? It's 96. I'll double check that. It's 96. If I just build this, it's still 96. It's still 96. There. It's 100. It's 4 upkeep per station. Whew. That's not nothing. Yeah, that's half the upkeep of a locomotive. So maybe my large stations are costing me a bit more than I give myself a lack of credit for. No workers. There's no workers in the steel mill, but my assertion is that we can get through this mission with just geothermal energy. Of course, if we wanted to make more money, we could set up this industry to make money, but I'm of the firm belief that we can have a nice, healthy, if incredibly narrow, net positive on money and still be fine. I had hoped to double upgrade my geothermal, but that's a pipe dream. Although I could probably benefit from a second train that grabs that. It's worth noting that the city only pays half for something that it has a full amount of. Ah, that's how you make the loss on glass. Right, right. So if the glass is coming in and the city won't take it, it will make you a loss. So you got to make damn sure that you are providing it with water and other such amenities. But since the overall goal is to deliver the glass, I say we just tank it. Just wish the bank would give me more money. I want some money. I want to upgrade this thing. Yeah, water is at a premium on this map. This brave little train. Still think they're missing a trick, because you can't pan the camera here. But it looks damn cool. Pick up energy. We didn't need to drop off any water because that's the geothermal plant that's still running on catalyst from existing water. I wonder if an upgraded building can hold more catalyst buffer. You're gonna crash into a mountain like the park simulator. What do you take me for? I don't do that kind of stuff for fun. Generally, I like to build in my games rather than destroy. Although some games do have a good destruction focus. Wait, is this water? No, it's oil. All this extra stuff we've been offered, and I'm scorning all of it under the assumption that I can simply glass my way to victory. Yeah, there we go, making a loss on that. A significant loss. Because the city has no space because of lack of water. And if I could only get a better loan, I could make slightly more water. I am simply asking for a small business loan to improve my water pump. I could get there, actually. If I just slowed down with the glass imports, we'd be able to afford the extra water, but I'm not sure it's worth... It's probably better at this point to have the money buffer than to risk upsetting the glass imports and not complete the main task. Because this pace looks like we're going to have it done and dusted in 8 minutes, which is kind of sad because we just have to sit and wait for 8 minutes. This game could do with a speed up button. Yeah. Teardown's a good example. Teardown is a great game. Although once I beat Teardown, I didn't feel any desire to come back to it, despite them having DLC. Probably because I was there for the nice novelty of it. It was pretty cool to have a destruction and heist combo game. I've played destruction games and heist games, but not a combination of the two. But once I'd done all the base game missions, I was done with the experience. Especially since when it comes to heist gameplay, once you've got the basics down, it comes down to just optimizing how fast you can get it done, and that's not so fun for me. I just want to blow stuff up and steal things. Deconstruction Simulator was another fun one for a wee while. And Bangladeshi Superman with his ship deconstruction. They're making a Ship Deconstruction Simulator 3 game. I'm hoping they've learned, frankly, a lot of lessons from their first two games. And I'll definitely be all over that, like a fat boy over a bar of chocolate. And similarly destructive. Why does it feel like they keep going through a lot of water, like more than the other stuff? Is it this minimum required stuff? Are they consuming 4 water for every 2 energy for every 1 glass? Task stage near finish? Who made this game? Oh, you said it was the Japanese. Okay, I can forgive them that. Japanese is difficult to learn, so I appreciate that English is difficult for them too. Yeah, so are we actually chugging through 4 of these? 7 becomes 3. Yes, okay. But it doesn't all have to be water. I could have got this copper tapped, shoved it over to these wire coilers, and then brought that straight over. In fact, it would be very, very easy to do. It's just that my margins are so tiny. That's okay. I'm confident we've got this done. Because of my eagle eyes noticing the opportunity to bring in geothermals. We coast our way to an 11th S rank. And we're not even 4 hours deep in this 10-hour challenge. Well, thank you, Thomas. You know, I needed a win after all those losses I've had recently. I thought S was meant to stand for superior. I can't claim to feel that superior with this performance. Hamster's beloved Train Valley was comparatively quite challenging. Jake learned Japanese for all his hentai games. Actually, yes. I got sick of having to wait for translations and scanlations, and some of them were getting really bad, especially with increased MTL. That's one of my hopes for AI, is that the speed and accuracy of translations gets better. It feels like one of the optimal uses for AI currently. But in the end, I learned enough to be able to enjoy my hentai games and my untranslated doujins. There we go. I'm glad we could all sit and wait for 5 minutes as my S rank comes on in as expected. 5 minutes to spare, and speaking of 5, we get 5 vouchers, which we have struggled to find any use for. Now, I wonder if that exists, Squeaky Fan. Better do a recount here, right? 1 S rank, 2 S rank, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 S rank, 8 S rank, 9, 10, 11... Wait, 12? That can't be right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11... How is this possible? I did nothing! Oh, okay, bring me over to Salt City. Cities are the backbone of the economy. Cities purchase freight, provide workers. The city will grow. Give this a try in your next region. You will pay close attention to main... Don't you tell me what to do. Good news from the lawyers. They've gotten you a license for stronger track supports. We can go 6 tiles high. This is telling me that I probably need to make big old rail sandwiches. Lose Lobbyton, aka Salt City. Oh, do I have to pay more for these? I wonder if these are retroactive things that I could go back and do earlier missions for. Excuse me. This region lacks water, or much besides silica ore. Your task is to feed the city with salt. This region forces a decision, because even with water, you may wish to save water for higher tier industry chains. Well, if the city is happy with salt, then there's no way they're getting water. Water is such a high consumption commodity. Refining salt can be done without water at all. It's just silica plus energy for loads of salt united. Very good. I wonder if there's an achievement for doing this level with no salt, or if it's even possible. How is salt an alternative to water, says Zombieant? Well, the water is going to be a zero-sum game. So you can just recycle it to your heart's content, but you're going to need salt. Don't listen to me on this matter whatsoever. And don't contemplate how I handle all that DDR. It's not that there's no water, it's right here. What are our industries? Water pumping... Oh, geothermal! I love geothermal, and I can use my water for it. Shove the water over here, get geothermal energy, slam the energy into the city, use that energy... What's our other source of energy? Do we have any other source of energy? There must be something. Maybe you're forced to go geothermal here. Voucher exchange. Maybe the voucher exchange is here to tell you that maybe you should do that. Huh, how are you meant to get energy? That said, you don't have to, do you? The city does not demand energy. It's simply a catalyst. And energy is not demanded by the salt refinery either. Again, it's just a catalyst. But I think we should use that catalyst because it's certainly going to help rank us up. So we send the water over to... Wow, is there really nothing else that needs water here? Concrete. But do we even want concrete? Ah, concrete is a catalyst, but I'd rather have energy. And you better believe it. Okay, well, it all seems incredibly simple to me. But then I'm a simple guy. We'll start out with just one of these buggers. Safe in the knowledge that you can go there as well. And that does connect in here, which is wonderbar. And it is the simplest freaking thing, isn't it? In fact, I can pump even more of the water out. Yes. Contemplating my options here. They're good options. This is almost insulting, but we just do this. And then the train will catalyst up you immediately. And then what we can also do is bring water over to the city. I was only somewhat joking about the do this without without salt idea. Alright, so we water the city, we water the geothermal energy. The geothermal energy goes to the salt refinery and to the city. You only store 4, and since it's only catalyst, we could probably just make a little loop. Or actually, is that even so necessary? Because what I'm thinking, and yes, I am thinking, I hope my kids can pay off our contract. Why else have them? I can have a train go in and just dump them in these various places. I'm not even sure we need a double setup here. It's just catalysting both of them. Catalyst, catalyst. And then the silica goes in here as well. And then the salt goes in here. Sadly, the salt is going to have a little bit of a hard time to reach, but only a little. Yeah, so we can do something like that. No big deal. I mean, it might be a bit of a big deal to get up there, but that's your big deal to deal with, not mine. Alright. Trains could be expensive. I'll probably have to start out with small, cheap, crappy ones, but small, cheap, crappy we shall do. You there. These guys work better with energy, so you're actually going to be carrying both. Crap boiler, a little bit of energy, a little bit of water. Boom. And then you're bringing just plain water over here. I need to dramatically minimize water costs. And you are going to go over here. I guess just 2 on the energy. Yeah, because I need you to be able to automatically do that. I hope you can turn around here, though. Does that look like someone who can turn around on this? Because I don't want you to go one at a time. I should keep an eye on you. That'll do for now. If this isn't good enough, I'm going to have to delete one of your little energy tracking things. Get the silica, get the energy, make the salt. Keep an eye on this thing. It cannot turn around. Okay, what a shame. Once it delivers that energy, I'm going to delete one of those things. Man, energy's worth money. What? This game loves to confirm. In comes the salt. In comes the world's most pathetic little train. I'll give you the custom so you can actually get up this thing. Otherwise, just bring in that salt, please. I don't even think it's worth having a double thing here. Because we do have to pay upkeep for that. Hey, look at it go. I would love some signaling here. Ah! My kingdom for some signals. At least it's just for catalyst, so it's not a big deal. Catalyst lasts a while. And now the city grows rather handily because it gets its water and it gets its salt. Although I would rather it had more water. Still wish I could separately change the locomotive rather than having to change everything. And maybe there is an option for that. This definitely needs to speed up. How about we just sell you? I want a better train, and also I can move it over here faster. Custom 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Boom. Shouldn't be a problem. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Nobody mentioned concrete. Future task export concrete. Oh no, that's going to need water and silica. Damn, I had such a winning combination until I didn't. Right, how does that change matters? I need to keep making money, which I suppose I'm not doing. Getting paid 64 just to drag that salt up here. Lovely. Right, while the timer is ticking, and I don't appear to have a way of pausing it. Wait, I do. I can do this. Yeah. But otherwise, if I need to export concrete... You say export, right? That means zeppelining it, right? Yes, so we need to get water and silica over here. And a bit of energy catalyst wouldn't go amiss either. Fair enough. This guy has got more stuff than we even know what to do with. Right, in that case... foiled again. Right, how about I just sell you altogether, and then we go and just speed you up. Thank you. If we must. Right, salty. Wait, no, salt. Concrete is what I need. Silica, closest silica for you. Could bring this silica over. Seems like a smoother ride as well. Yeah, screw that place in particular. Fine. I quite like that we have to do this on a timer. I do like games where I can just chill out and I don't have to be on a timer, but I'm also rather enjoying this. Yeah, let's work with 6s. We don't work with 6 often enough. I can do a bit of a pass-by later on. Right, you also need water. Water is a problem. Because I'd rather shove that water into the city. I hope I don't also have to make the city even larger. But it doesn't need a lot of water, does it? I mean, just still use the water that we have anyway. It's almost like the game is trying to tell me that costs are going to be important here. Alright, when I actually have some money, I will send a train over here to deliver water for the Wincrete. And in some super distant future... Actually, what I think I will do is I will take the catalyst that goes towards the city. Since city growth won't matter anymore, we'll bring it over to here. I could also just go to the bank for a loan. Yeah, sure. This isn't for silica, it's for water, right? Doesn't need a ton of this stuff, but it's a long bleeding journey. And this I likely will want catalysted. This poor, poor slow train. It needs a bit of juice, doesn't it? In comes the water. Slowly and not so surely. One water is still just one bit of concrete, though. Maybe. I should be slightly concerned about that. You know what? It might be disgusting, but is there really any problem with just ghosting it? I don't think so. However, I would like both of you to wait until full there. Now for the work. You've grown the workforce, put them to work. Export that Wincrete. Now, what other tasks are you going to have for me? I'm actually profoundly unhappy with you sharing this line. I'm just going to make you a dedicated one right here. Shouldn't take too long to get that Wincrete out. Hell, it's already sitting on more than it needs. In fact, I'm somewhat unconvinced it even needs the catalyst, but I suppose there's little stopping me. The city no longer needs the catalyst. I'm only really doing that for money, and money is no longer a good enough reason to do that. So let's just wang you right over here. And one teeny tiny bit of energy is all we need every 90 seconds. Beautiful. We love ghosting. It's an interesting one where you should always make sure you've got the bank's money back in there. Crunch. Oh, look at that speed. But like I said, this is additive. It is not multiplicative. So if you have 150% factory, it doesn't go up to 300, it goes up to 250%. So yeah, catalysts seem to become less important as time goes on. Maybe later on we'll get multi-catalysts. Wouldn't that be something? Silica is no longer filling the bill anymore. And I don't think it's your fault. I think it's just that we need more of you. Bank, you know what I need, so give it to me. It's becoming a problem now, is it? I'm gonna try to have these guys not hit into each other every now and then. Maybe, just maybe, improve the ghosting experience. But yeah, some signals would go a long way here, even though I'm not a signaling genius. Would have been a good challenge, this one, to disable the ghosting, though. It's such a crutch. No freight. Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. No catalyst. Definitely don't like the sound of that. I'll tell you the problem. This guy is not what he should be. I think I'm going to delete you and replace you with a train that doesn't suck. It's twice as fast, more than twice as fast for twice the cost. The downside is I don't get the money back from selling you. I think I get 50% of it back. Right. You're going in there. Good engine. Bring the energy. Go. Oh, but, you know, this does need to be automatic. Automatic. There's nothing stopping you from not clicking the... It's not that I'm not clicking it. Sorry, other way around. It's not that I am clicking it. It is off by default. And there is no benefit to me for this challenge to disable the ghosting. I suppose I could feel a bit better, but I'm already going to feel pretty good with a victory. I'll tell you that much for free. This concrete is slow, though. Really, really slow. Probably because I got one line bringing in the concrete and the silica and the water. You can see right there a bit of a problem coming in. This could also be one of the problems. Maybe we need more silica. Let's have more silica. We've not come across this waste storage stuff to catalyst them up yet. Okay, are you gonna switch? Yes. But unfortunately the water is making it a no. However, the water should use this. Oh, well, if this wall weren't in the way, it should definitely be using that. Could still probably make use of that. There you go. You do that. Wait, but I have another water one. Sure. Why not? You thought you could humble this man with trains? I don't think I've won every train-based weekly one-shot challenge we've had. Didn't I fail, what's Hamster's beloved train game again? Train Valley? I hope there's no other additional quests. This concrete is going slower than anticipated. I gave up on the city. I'm not bothering to give it energy now. But this map looks like it'd be really difficult without geothermal. Beloved, I'm not sure he's capable of that emotion. I thought I showed plenty of love during my Wrestling Empire run. I was having great fun with that yesterday. Already looking forward to more. There we go. One more full shipment, which we don't have, because we're out of water. But once we have that water... Oh, look, the water. Could you wait until you're full, please? I want to get this as soon as it's ready. Oh, we don't have the upgrade license for concrete. Could we change that? We could, but until I need either of these, I'm not going to bother. Just in case they offer me some good new engines. There's the final bit there. In it goes. What was that 12 cost? Was that the cost of this whole thing? It was. I guess upkeep is paid every 60 seconds. No, we need it out slightly faster. Chunk. I love how much Jake's complained about the concrete distance. He completely ignored and built over the closer one. Correct me if I'm incorrect, but wasn't that a salt factory? This is a salt factory. This is concrete. This is, I mean, it could be anything. Yeah, you've learned all I can teach you. My schedule is piling up with meetings. I must leave you to your own devices. I've disabled the ban on direct messages. You should start receiving help requests from nearby regions. Please use your skills and improve the colony. Wow, what an incredible level of freedom I'm offered. Anybody help me with the counting? How many perfect S ranks is that now? I seem to be having difficulty keeping track of them all. Giant choices. Oh, that's one way of looking at it. The Gorge of Greed. Oh, hell yes. Please, Administrator, ours is a fair city. I'm sure you've heard of us. We're in need of rehabilitation. The trucks have left and our city population has dwindled. Please hurry. Reputation decays. Ruffians amass. Coal mine, very good. The fairest city in the colony requires your urgent assistance. Rehabilitate to level 1, and then produce salt. Catalyze the growth. Okay, I would really like to know what the entire task is here. Is the entire task to develop a 256 population city? Also gotta hand it to them for using 2 to the power of values across the whole game, including the cost for upgrading here. Upgrade level 2048. No prizes for guessing the next level. A coal power plant requires coal. It somehow produces power without water. That's very funny. I guess they could potentially use catch and release, and then water... What's the term when you take steam and then make it back into water? I wonder to what degree you can make that lossless. Or maybe just a lot of people are spitting into the boilers. Very, very dehydrated people here. Jake, double or nothing? I'm afraid this isn't your challenge, Raziel. And where's the double for me? What do I get? Let's not forget here. This is my 456th challenge stream. Now, every time I've failed, I've had to eat a whole load of poop sandwich with my punishment game and paying out to the lose lobby. What do I win? What have I ever won in any of these? One person, one time, put $50 on the line for their challenge. What was that? Is that Streets of Rage? It was some game. Have I gotten anything out of any of the other 455 challenges? Please, fill in the blanks for me here. What am I doubling? Bragging rights and enjoyment of a deserved dinner. Oh my god. Like exposure wasn't enough. Right, let's actually focus on this mission, right? If I felt some kind of time pressure, there's no way I would allow myself that kind of distraction. This, I assume, is the aforementioned Gorge of Greed. But we can build over it, it's no big deal. It's expensive, sure, but life is expensive. It says city population, but does it mean both of the cities? Or just a city? Heaven help me, I do not know. Industries. Geothermal. Wait, geothermal? Wow. The power. Could I just ignore the coal power planting? You can get 1 geothermal here, it seems. Now, I don't know why you'd want that, given the severe lack of water, but I suppose you could. Speaking of water, I'd sure like any of it. Do we have an import dock for water? Do we have any water at all? I suppose the lack of water is there to... These are all upgrades, right? I might want the salt upgrade. Take that just in case. Okay, no water at all, so I suppose you're forced to salt these people. Because they'll accept salt over water. Unfortunately, one needs to produce salt out of silica. And I won't be able to boost it up, will I? No siree. No, because I can't make energy until I have this. But I could make that. The energy is a catalyst for the city, so I can't just dump it willy-nilly. So there's a bit of a balancing act to be had here. Rainy225 has a genius idea of offering punishment game and vulnerability. No, I wouldn't want that. There must be some bizarre people out there who are actually subscribing because they want their punishment game on the list. To suddenly say, yeah, I'm immune to that. Too bad. That wouldn't be right. Absolutely wouldn't be right. I'm a just and fair individual, even if nobody likes to admit it. No getting around it. Salt has to be the initial investment here. And I can build salt industry willy-nilly. So I can find the perfect place for it if I don't want to just use this one. But I probably do want to use this one. It's so well positioned. Just dump the silica, dump the salt. Question is, do I have to bother with both of the cities or just one? Unsure. Oh well, let's get mining. Okay, this is... No, I'm sure there were words I was planning on using there. It didn't happen, though. We can make a lovely loop through here. I can imagine needing more salt down the line. Could I perhaps do this? And then just bring it back down for a touch. And then round and round we go. And then just bring it right the way back down. Now hang on, I've had this mistake before where I end up producing too much of something, but silica seems to be slow. We can have a fourth one here if the need arises, but yeah, the silica come on in. 2 will suffice for now. Chum. Unsure if there's a better approach or not, but whatever. So you're going to get that, and then we're going to bring the salt into the city. Do I just want the shortest, cheapest, crappiest salt delivery system you've ever seen? Probably shouldn't even have that, right? That's, that is fine. In goes the salt. Nobody cries. It's a very, very slow salt amount, though. But this thing's probably going to make salt rather slowly without any catalyst going on. Seems simple enough. Maybe this is where the greed comes in. It would be nice to catalyst it up, though, right? Increases production speed. Does that mean it consumes faster or grows faster or both? The world is full of these questions. Seems agonizingly simple. The coal comes in, and the energy comes along and along and along. How much energy do you produce, by the way? You look pretty huge. Unclear. Very unclear. Well, what I could do is prepare myself for the eventuality. Destroy the city a little bit while I'm at it. Yeah, sure, they won't miss it. Just bring that stuff in. So the coal, the energy, the everything, it seems fine. Let's start with the silica. Which way do I want this going? Over the hump, down the hump? Don't want to lose that speed, so let's take it this direction. Small crappy engine? Nah, let's have some speed. And I quite like the front and the back, so let's do it that way. Choo-choo. Once you have some stuff, we'll deliver it over here. For now, though, let's have you come in. Do for you for now. And then once it's energy, we'll start bringing that in. No need to worry about catalysts just yet. You've got your workers, you've got your salt coming in. This can just have the slowest, cheapest, crappiest train. And since those wagons only cost 1 a pop, that shouldn't be a big deal. Let's get that coal transformed. Go. Afternoon all, how are the trains, asks Decoy. Pretty good. Game feels good. It's enjoyable. I'm having a blast. Also, I'm crushing the game, but never mind that. I feel that the silica that I'm producing here is far, far too much. Perhaps the correct thing to do is to add more salt refining. Sure. That should easily give you the salt. Yep. And that should also link you here. Does it not show where they're linked? I guess it shows where they're going to because of the lines. And it's not that difficult to know that that's within 2 tiles of you. Fair enough. Bring in that paltry amount of salt. And enjoy that crappy catalyst. Well, that's right, you catalyst on energy as well. Do I want that? Yes, I definitely want that. Holy smokes, I want that. Alright, but we have a way of dealing with this, actually. Do we? Do we have a way of wanting to deal with it as well? Auto. So now when you pick up 4 of these, you will sometimes drop them off over here. Nice. So then we catalyst up our salt refining, which at a glance is in dire need of more silica. Clone that train. Which way do they go? Not that way, but this way. Crumbs. Oh well, guess we'll just wait. Hope I'd have to pay for it until it actually exists. And if this ends up being too slow, and it is starting to look a bit slow, we can just do this. What a sad, sad little train. This is the kind of thing we have trucks for. You could even say that Jake is on track for massive profits. A nice joke, but you could have saved it for that level where we actually had to make a specific amount of money. And you better believe I did. Right, so yeah, we have the catalyst, but I think it just makes this go faster. It doesn't give us any more for the stuff we put in. But that's fine. Speed is okay. Speed is maybe even good. These guys are catalysting up as well. To the point where I'm starting to feel like this poor bugger could stand to be faster. Actually, couldn't I do that? And then when you turn around... Although you do wait until full. You turn around, you barely move. Oh, that's good. And I get paid a lot of yen to do this. Beautiful. It sucks to be the people that have to haul all the industrial amounts of salt over this other train line, this other train station. But many things in this world suck. Somewhere a million Germans cried out in pain at that tiny train track. It's pretty much just a conveyor belt at this point, right? Also, I've made a vital error here. I should have deposited all my money in the bank, because I'm not doing anything with it. It might as well make me interest. Oh, would you look at that? This city also needs the population. Right. Righty bloody tighty. Okay. What valuable lessons can we learn from this? It's that I want... Yes, I want. Good. Very good, Jake. All the silica's over here. There's more silica over here. Actually, you've got silica on hand right here. Why don't we just make use of that? If I need to be building up this city, I need to get working on that salt immediately, because we're not made of time here. All right. That's what I get for not paying attention. But I don't see much of a reason to worry about this. Why don't I just spend my vast, and I do mean vast, stacks of cash simply doing almost nothing with this. There's no way to make these things run faster, and there's an easy way to make this thing run faster. So we take our salty industries. Do I even make 3 of them? He's thinking for a moment. What distance? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? If the Germans were crying earlier, they're certainly going to be crying a lot more very, very soon. Because I see something in my mind's eye, and it's not something anybody wants to accept. Unfortunately, I can't quite get everything into the... Wait, can I? Can I? Ooh, this is not safe for work. I think the idea is that this one has to be shorter, but... This is wasting valuable time, I'm well aware. You don't quite reach up to this that way, do you? Most of them reach, though. Can't be that bad. There's probably a way to make these all reach into all of them, though. Nice, you got all the money back. Oh, surely not. Surely not. The slight problem is that this should be probably one longer to make it better, but whatever. Can I make it 3 long? Incredible. I could make you even longer. Just less distance to go. It's actually just Factorio. The train's pushing. Even better. Alright, now another question is, where does all this salt go in? Or rather, how does all this salt go in? Elevate your mind. Is this going to have the kind of production rates we're looking for? Do I need to loop this thing? Well, for now, we can do it like this. Grab it all, friend. I've got a city that needs this salt. Now when do the biters start spawning? Unrest across the gorge. The city protests is being passed over for rehabilitation. They threaten to strike. Upgrade them to level 2. All this ego boasting. Ah, where have I heard this before? Consider redirecting railways to supply the city. You've met the fair city demands. No ground to complain. Preventing labor unrest is paramount. Alright, well, I'll be working on it. We get the silica. We bring in the silica. Still speeds up even if I do one of them. What happens with this, though? What if it's just one station? It doesn't know what to do. Alright, fair enough. You can do that in TTD. You can have them merge the stations, but I forget if they actually consume that way. I don't think so. Probably not. There you go. Enjoy all your salt, salty city. Or not particularly salty city. Skipping station, no freight. Oh no. I need more coal. Do we have more coal? We have considerably more coal. Let's actually configure you. And then consider how quickly these guys get additional coal. Probably am going to need more of this stuff. Coal mines, please. And let's just clone you. And then life is maybe good. Loads of coal, loads of energy. Takes a while though because there's no bleeding water. But I could always upgrade. Oh, I don't have the license for that. Nor do we have it available. That could be problematic. I might have oversaturated this then. I'd like to catalyst this place if at all possible then. With this very, very sad train. Did it just drop something off at the power plant? I could have sworn it did. There we go. With that, we are catalysted up, and as long as we have loads of salt over here, we'll be just fine. And we back and forth for the salt, which we produce at catalysted speeds as long as we have the silica. Actually, we're struggling on the silica. I could actually step. What? I'm so rich! Alright, let's upgrade silica speeds. I need a license for this. Seems bizarre. Why are you only holding 2 loads of coal when there's all this coal to collect? You are connected to all of these, right? Yeah, although you could probably stand to be a bit bigger. Maybe these guys really don't have what it takes. Yeah, looking at it, they do fill up rather slowly, but it doesn't matter. I can't process that coal fast enough, can I? Well, maybe. I think I'm making a bit of a mockery of rail networks here. Just maybe. Now, hang on just a second here. This thing needs energy. And it's going to need a lot of salt. This is not as trivial as I was initially amusing for it to be. Because once this thing hits the next level, which it just has, it's going to start wanting energy. Energy that I struggle to produce. Ah! But I've got a second power plant that I didn't notice until right now. Okay, very cool. In that case... I would like you to now reverse. Take that one automatically. You please also reverse. And now you will deliver to this coal plant and that coal plant, provided I actually remember to put these things in. And then this guy will provide all of that sweet, sweet energy right here. Using only my most highly elaborate. That doesn't fit, does it? Why not? 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. It's because I can't count. Also, please wait until you're full there. Could really do with an upgrade license. You only need half as much energy as you need salt, though, right? No, it still says required minimum 1. How I wish I had water for catalyst, though. Dark Young just says, I hate trains. But even I think that is wrong. What a shame. Your opinion holds no relevance here. Is there a hotkey for confirm here? There's a hotkey for upgrade, but not one to confirm as far as I can tell. Really, really would love a coal power plant upgrade. And why do they give you geothermal with no water? Maybe you get access to the buy anything plant later on. Right, what I can do is reroute the salt. It serves absolutely no purpose other than making me money going there. And much as I do think money is a pretty fan-bloody-tastic purpose, it does not change that I need these goods. I think the game even recommended we do this step, and I didn't pay it much attention. Kaboom. Alright, sorry friend, but your days are numbered, and that number is 0. Custom engine, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Make it 12 and give you 3 of these. Move. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Mistakes have been made. You don't actually link up with this one. There we go. Now, what are you doing? You don't even have any silica. Turn around. Turning this car around. Well, as was explained from the outset, this is a puzzle game masquerading as a train game. Should probably also stop bringing power over to these guys. They don't need or deserve it. That means all of this power should be rerouted. But we still do like bringing the power over to you, don't we? Yes, yes we do. Okay. I still do something about that. So the option is still for you to go there, but the other option is for you to go here. Where's this going? I think it's going over to this city. Very cool. And then auto-magically decide which way you prefer, please. And I think that works. It'd work a little bit better if this thing was a bit faster. So choo-choo, the energy goes into the city, which it desperately needs. And then it turns around. And then it picks this up. And then it goes and delivers to you. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Oh, but then it's turned around for good, huh? No time for further considerations. Oh, you only have one energy anyway. Oh, that's right. The energy from here is also being brought over here. Wait, it was already being brought over. I didn't need to reroute this at all. I just needed to stop bringing it over to the city. Fascinating. All right. Okay, then ultimately all you do is keep this thing running smoothly. As well it should. Want to make sure it doesn't run out of storage capacity though. In fact, are these all running as smoothly as they should? I have the money and I don't want to have to redo this mission. But I only have 7 minutes left to get rather a lot of population. And that's coming down to power. And I am struggling on the power. Why am I struggling so hard on the power? I already upgraded these things. In comes the power. I guess it's because the 2-to-1 ratios are pretty grim for me. Gonna clone this train once again, if you don't mind. Hmm, 6.5 minutes for about 60, or exactly 60 population. That energy demand is crushing, huh? Oh, and we don't have the catalyst either. Interestingly, though, we're gaining 2 population per uptick. I was wondering why it was going so quickly at times. I can only assume that's because we have level 0 and level 1 demands. But that is quite the assumption on my part. Why did you not fill up entirely? That's the second time I've had that happen. It's the second time I've noticed that happening. Is it because they're not waiting until full? Making way for incoming traffic. Ah. So if there's something coming up your rear end, you're going to feel obliged to hurry up. Interesting. I'll have to keep that in mind for loops like that. That might be a bit congested. There is another way, of course, of doing this. We'll have to make use of both of these. Although the thought occurs that this probably needs to be a bit further along, or else you're just going to block this anyway. Oh, he knows his stuff. He really knows his stuff. This one remains a problem, but whatever. Can't fret over everything. Eurista's in. He says, a good day, Jake. Well, good day to you as well. It's always a good day when you play around with trains. It's looking a little tight, but I think we got this one done. We managed to get 30 population in the time when I only needed 20. So as long as everything else is still running fine, we're good. Which perhaps it makes it all the more concerning that I went and changed something if I didn't need to. Whilst I just continue to make a mockery of the idea of trains. It's the game's fault for putting, you know, the ability to put Salt Refiner anywhere, plus having the silica right here next to the city. And if the city just needs the salt, and there's no way to even get... oh, right, the catalyst is right here as well. I couldn't think of any reason to do a long train. Just do a conveyor belt. Well, I mean, maybe I'll eat my words if I don't get that next 20 population, but I think we're going to be getting that next 20 population. Victim blaming, are we? Of course. Oh, yeah. We're there in 20. Everything reminds me of Factorio. It's Factorio's fault for being too good. What a good game. Be very, very funny if after bringing this thing up to 256, this city starts complaining and then you need to bring them up to 256 as well. Huh? A train is not loaded freight for several minutes. You're going to tell me which train? You'd think you could click on this and it would show you. Train not loading freight. Storage full. Wow, there's so much salt here. Well, not that it was ever a problem. Oh, I'm seeing the problem now. I was bringing silica instead of salt over to the city. Well, thank goodness that wasn't a consideration. I'm curious about how I made that mistake, though. No, how did I make that mistake? Why are you full of silica? Maybe I just accidentally set it for silica? That'll be it. I accidentally made it silica wagons. So because it was able to go here and access the silica, that's exactly what it did. Well, fortunately, I'm too good for that mistake to matter. So we're simply done. We can enjoy the place looking nighttime-ish as well. Oh boy, if I'd actually failed the mission based on that, I would have felt just a bit grim. Accept victory. Well, at some point, the lose lobby's going to have to chew on that one. Hello, Jeff. I'm messaging you because I've seen the meeting notes. It's clear to me that Saito has been mismanaging the colony. It should be in Nakata, chemical future, wasting potential, promises negatively, Mr. Redacted. Okay. I seem to have run out of counting. Hey, now I can build my coal power plants. How many S ranks is that? Let's see. A 1, a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, a 7. Did I count this one already? Okay, now I've lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14? Is that a 1 followed by a 4? Ah, what's the number that comes after that? Gonna need some help with that one. This one claims it'll take 25 minutes. Do we have anything that'll take less than 25 minutes? I'm just asking for a friend. A friend in the win lobby. Metalsome production. 20 minutes. Sounds simple. Needing help counting? Typical Scott. The everyday racism that me and my people have to put up with, despite inventing trains. Kickstart production at the steel mill. Be prepared for further extreme expansions. Well, that's why I've got an extreme amount of money, right? The future task is to produce 36 steel per minute. That actually does seem rather extreme. Perhaps too extreme. Zeppelin dock. And it is export, so we've got some worker housing to make up for the fact that there is no city. And it's 20. Cannot be grown. That could be relevant. What can we build here anyway? I can't build any industry. In a way that's liberating. I do like feeling liberated. I'm seeing an opportunity for a double approach in here. Something like, but not necessarily yonder. Because I can get all of them... Yeah, all of them with stations here. That's pretty cool. As long as we have a nice split going into them. And then I guess they're going to want to join back out together, wherever they're going. Or we could just do double rails, so let's not discount that idea yet. Where is all this iron going? Hopefully not to the voucher exchange. Why does it do that? Ah, it's trying to give me a preview of the music. I was wondering why it was cutting out whenever I opened that. Right, the steel mill wants all of that iron, but it also wants a whole heap of coal. I'm almost certainly going to want to split this off as well. So we load up an iron, we drop all the iron off here. And we all come together. Do I even want that raised? I feel like I'd do better to... Well, it's going to be faster for the trains, isn't it? And what's faster for the trains is better for me. Choo-choo. Although I'm starting to really feel like I'd want a double lane on this just to make it easier on myself. It'd be nice if you were judged on cost here. I want that kind of opus magnum optimization feel. Right, pick up all that we can from these iron mines, which can be leveled up and likely will. You're going to need those workers. We have the coal mines here, but even more coal mines there. The thing is, you need tit for tat when it comes to coal and iron. Coal production rate is 1.3 per minute. This is 2.7 per minute. So you actually, we produce a ton more iron than coal. We're going to need to use all of this. Fascinating. Maybe I'm not actually making time saves on this one. Gonna take a similar approach with you. But doubly so, I suppose. I have a lot of money. I see very little reason not to put it to egregious use. So yeah, that previous lesson has taught me well. Da-dum, da-dum. In it goes, and it goes. Now, for the other question. How do we link this into it? Can I make use of this track? Is that even a wise thing to do, or should I bring them over on their own separate track? Because the money that I save here is money I can use to increase production here, knowing that I have no access to catalysts whatsoever. Is that true? I mean, I got the steam vent, and you're telling me I can't build energy for that. Yeah, no access to energy at all. There's bank, there's vouchers, but nothing that produces energy. Is that true? What about this coal power plant? You'd almost think that that's something that produces energy. Energy that could be used to make the steel mill work faster. Okay, well that is for sure something we're going to want. But how much coal? 2 coal makes 1 energy. And this thing barely needs any catalyst. So why don't I just very simply have a catalyst set up? Yeah, once again, making disgusting use of this. Because that really is all we need. Just grab a little bit of coal for a little bit of energy for 90 seconds of this. It's pretty much a done deal. Sure, I'm convinced. Alright, and then. I tell you one thing, I don't like you being here. I want to make absolutely sure I'm getting that coal. So I'm going to have you over here, where you can actually link up to... oh, how about... We get very greedy, and we link up to all of them. Yep. Grab from all of them, bring it over here. Grab from 3. That way you equally take from all, and then you just dump it over here and rinse and repeat. The one time he could have engaged in the sandbagging, he doesn't. He'll be stuck on this one for 5 hours. Nah. Oh, you thought maybe I would have gotten stuck on the not noticing the power plant thing. A fair call, but it's not happening. Do we have any way through this? I mean, reasonably through this? That's almost reasonable. Right, I still want this coal over here, but how do we best get the coal over here? He's a thinking. Oh, we could just shove it right on up. Gotta remember this steel needs to be exported and it's brought over to the Zeppelin here. That's okay, I can drag it from further up. This cannot actually go around like here though, that's a little too tight. And then this starts having some significant problems linking back into you, right? Although we could take a rather unorthodox route over here and then just link you up. Expensive, but it potentially gets the job done. As long as everything comes on back. I think my only reasonable way forward here is to bring it up. Yeah, actually, couldn't I do that? Could one of them go up and around, and then the other one goes down and around? I like that. I like that quite a bit. Although, how does it get back to all of this? Something like that. That should link them all rather handily. Groovy. Then there's you. And then another one that comes up. But unsurprisingly, I can't just split them like that. You're going to need to split off like so. Nice. Right, so that brings in coal, energy, iron, and then the only question is how do we get the steel out of here? And I think we could just elevate it over here, couldn't we? It needs to get to Zeppelin dock. And I'm not even convinced this one needs to be brought out at too fast a rate because... Oh, it actually does make 2 steel. Maybe it does need to be brought out quickly. Alright, well, when in doubt, win your battles before you fight them. These are expensive. Maybe I'm getting a bit too ahead of myself in building all of this. But it feels good getting ahead of myself. Why would I stop? Choo-choo, choo-choo, choo-choo. What in the world sense does this make that it's double railed on this side and not on this side? I mean, why not just not even faff around with this? And just have this thing come out and along and over and through. See? Science doesn't have an answer. Alright, well, I mean, in what way does this not work? Just build a lot of trains and get it all moving. Alright, very good. Believe. What size are we looking for? It's a reasonably long thing. We've got 4 here, so I reckon 12. 3 and 12. Bit expensive, though. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Boom. Please auto-magically take your option here. And auto-magically take that. And I will clone you 1 time. 2 times. 3 times. And the iron moves. Now for the coal to move. Oh, right, this coal should probably be a bit of a priority. Really crappy engine? Yeah, go on then. Crappy engine, 3 bits of coal, get moving. Please make sure that you have a full load there. Please make sure you have workers here. Another crappy train here. Please make sure you have a full load there. And now in come these lot. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Good enough. Please auto-magically take that. And auto-magically take that. And then clone that train. A 1. A 2. A 3. Happy days. Doesn't seem to be so long that they block each other off. And I'm going to want to keep cloning that train over here. What's our approach anyway? Our approach comes from here. Please auto take that. And auto decide on that. And then once again, we clone train. And we clone train. And we clone train. Hope I'm putting them in the right place. That'd be a good joke. And then finally... Hey, we've already got the steel coming out. Splendid. Train, please. One here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. What's the maximum output here? It's 32. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 12. Clone the train. Donk. Clone the train. Donk. Clone the train. Donk. Pray that we don't run out of money. Because I've run out of money. Alright, satisfied enough with what I've made here, although it's all incredibly basic stuff. Basic game. Worse spaghetti than Factoria. I think it's pretty neat what I've made. And this thing is on catalyst mode. Excellent. I'd love some kind of indicator. It'd be really nice if there was a visual... Oh, okay, sure. Your task is to maximize the flow. I'm aware of that. Wait, maybe the indication is that you're not getting anywhere, Sunshine, unless you increase the output of the mines and whatnot, which could be the case. Because look at these. Look at how not full they are. Right, bank, I need you. Thank you, please. Dosh has to flow. I am concerned that I'm only at half of the capacity that I need to be on the steel mill. Its need for coal is dire. Maybe I should be waiting until full on all of these so they don't hang around. Oh wait, all trains. All trains should wait until full. And they should definitely be waiting until empty. And since I'm running with 12, what is stopping me from just upping these? So we can have faster loading ups. And I guess to that extent, unloading. Money is a pretty good argument. Where's my bleeding money? This is concerning, though. That's a lot more flow that's needed. Upgrade license required. Yeah, I certainly don't have that. So it does not look in any way that iron is the problem here. In that case, what is? Because if the coal keeps flowing... Oh, they appear to be waiting for that coal. And that coal is struggling to flow. Wait until full, please. They don't seem to want to lend me any more money. A train has been stuck for over a minute. It tells you that, but it doesn't tell you where. I feel like that where information is pretty important. Well, that's a bit of a concern. This one is making the train hang in here and block the oncomers, hopefully extending it a little bit. Wait. Why did you just pass through? It might be because I slightly moved the station there, but this is a little bit of a problem. A little bit of a solvable problem. Yeesh. Is there a change for all trains button there as well? Yeah, there is. Left auto. I'm concerned here. I don't know how to squeeze out the last bit of my steel mill that I can. I can't upgrade the thing. It's already catalysted, and it seems to have all the stuff permanently. How are you meant to speed this thing up? Because I actually need a significant amount of increased flow. A long wait, I can see that, because I'm trying to wait for all this coal to come in. My best bet is that you do just need a whole lot more money to sort out your coal mines and things. Unfortunately, I don't have endless buckets of ducats. Wait, I still have 10 minutes to go? I could have sworn I had nowhere near that kind of time. Am I missing something here? There is upgrading coal power plants. But the coal power plant certainly doesn't need upgrading here. Uptime... yeah, the uptime seems to be varying quite a bit. What I could do is just wait for a little bit. Wait until all my trains are full and then just unload on this thing. Ooh, well now, that is delightfully devilish, isn't it? We'll never see it coming. Wait a minute, wait. We can do better than that. We can starve it of iron. Of course, I made life a little difficult by having all this stuff here. But yes, I'm going to starve this thing of iron. And then we're going to go kaboom. It's going to fill up on coal. All of my trains will be full of coal. And then I'm just going to unload iron like nobody's business into that thing. Why did you not get some iron here? Please always wait until you're full. I hope I don't die to crushing debt, since I'm not exporting anything. So there we go. This thing's going to stock up on coal enormously. All of my trains will be full of coal, and then we just unload it with iron and then more iron. A sound plan. Because we only need this production to be this amount of steel per minute for 1 minute. Yes, yes, of course. So we're full of coal. Oh, this would work even better if what I did was had it full of steel, but whatever. Once I see that all of these trains are full of iron and we have backed up on iron, then we're good. We will be good to go. Oh wait, maybe this is the average over the entire scenario. That would be awkward. Or maybe that's just the highest I've ever reached. Yeah, I think it's the highest I've ever reached because it's not moving down. Alright, good. We're backing up on iron. We're also going... Wait a minute. No money. No money! That's a big deal. Think, Jake, think. Sell the train. Sell another train. And then, quickly, whilst you have money... Choo, choo. Ooh. Alright, well, let's get unloading. Uh-oh, this is a problem. Because I said it so far back. It's actually blocking this other stuff. I need a bit more money to bring this forward. There we go. So now the goal is to keep this thing running at full pelt. I want that uptime to say 100%. Whew. Running out of iron there, buddy. Whew. Iron in the nick of time. Come on, up and up and up and up and up. I need that uptime to say 100%, probably. Iron in the nick of time. Too much of this iron is coming in at the nick of time. Oh wait, the steel! The steel! Gotta get that steel out as well, damn. Take it out faster. Faster. The Zeppelin will take all she can hold, although Zeppelining steel does not seem good for anyone. Good, 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 good. Look at that number go up. 32. Flow. Flow. He's got a real problem. And that problem is he's just too good. Taming this man with trains? Come on. S rank. 15th of them. 15 minutes. Whew. Whoever made this submission clearly didn't see Jake's Factorio streams. I like the way that Raziel has the opportunity to complement both my performance here and, of course, my extremely high Factorio skills. Better make a count again, just in case there are some loose lobbyists in denial. Gorge of Greed makes 1, Salt City for 2, there's 3 and 4, and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10 and 11... And 12, 13, 14. Oh, what's that? 15. Let me just double check what it says here. S rank any 15. missions. Within how many hours? Must have been 5 hours to make it a close challenge. No? 6? No? 7? 7.5? Oh, my mistake. It says 10 hours. I barely needed half. Whew. Good game, though. Man, RAILGRADE, a whole lot of fun. This could have just as easily been a long play. You know, do the whole 50 levels. Maybe that's what the submitter was wanting me to think. But it's pretty fun. It looks good, plays good, sounds good, and I can imagine it's something I'm going to play a bit more of in my free time. In that hypothetical situation where I have free time and I'm just organizing wrestlers for Wrestling Empire. But Namibla brings in the most crucial point here. His points. The win lobby's points. Choose that prediction outcome. It's not a huge amount of points. You're only going to get 1 to 1.54 because the majority of people and points believe that I would win. But let's choose that outcome. This game is one of those atrocious games that kills the audio when you tab out. Why games think you would want that to be the case, I just don't understand. Like, 1, why make that default? 2, why not make it a setting? Maybe it's like a game engine default, which is why it's ended up being freaking everywhere. Anyway, win lobby. Enjoy your many, many points. 7.25 million of them, in fact. I'm double checking I'm clicking the right button. One of these days I'm going to accidentally click the wrong one, but it's not happening now. Also, what's the point in winning if we don't see who is winning and congratulate them on their excellent choices and knowing when I am the top dog at the weekly one-shot? And it looks like we've got a full flush of 6 figures, and in fact, 8 of them are going to whole hog. So well done, Rohan and Pandy, as well as TAC47, who I know was feeling a little under the weather when it comes to points. Hopefully this makes up for it. Demon is there, so is Porsche and the Flying O. Trust is in. Sixsock Curlo and Sfrozranzo. Not a name that instantly comes to mind when I think of people in the chat, and certainly not people that end up winning big here, but today the limelight's on you. And what's the opposite of a limelight? I don't know, like the piss light or something like that? It shines on these decrepit individuals, quite a lot of them going all in, no doubt, brought in by the hefty amount of points they could have won if I were completely incompetent at building railway networks or glorified conveyor belts. But no, Silver Legacy, Qualities, Wymph, Rainy, G-Pick, Marvin, and some other scrubs who couldn't even pony up a 250,000 are all a bunch of bloody losers today. But me, I'm not. I'm quite the winner. I think I'll go and enjoy myself a winner dinner, and I will be back next week. With what? Well, more Wrestling Empire. Peak is having an update, so I'm going to rustle together some climbers who want to go along with that, and whatever else takes our fancy. So until I am back, it is a cheers and a cheerio.